Recording in progress.
Okay, good evening, everybody. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Town of Superior Board of Trustees and the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 Board of Directors meeting for December 9th, 2024. Our first item is item 2A, which is swearing in of our newly elected board members.
Mayor, town board election was held this November 5th, 2024, through a coordinated election with the Boulder County Clerk's Office. The results of the election have been certified by the Boulder County Clerk and Recorder's Office. 3 candidates with the most votes for trustee were elected. The election results, those 3 were Mike Foster, Jason Serbu, and Heather Craycraft. Welcome to the board. Welcome back, Jason. Boulder County did complete a mandatory recount as required by state law, which was completed on December 4th. And the town clerk will swear in our new trustees.
Raise your right hand. Okay. Raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I. State your names.
State your name. Oh, Mike Foster.
Do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America and the state of Colorado and the Superior Municipal Court and faithfully perform the duties of the office of trustee upon which I am about to enter.
I do.
Subscribed and sworn before me on this 9th day of December, 2024. Congratulations.
Yay.
All right, it's official. Up next is item 2B. Could we all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Roll call, Lydia.
Mayor Mark Lasis.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Neil Shaw.
Here.
Trustee Jen Cowish.
Here.
Trustee Stephanie Miller.
Here.
Trustee Jason Serbu.
Here.
Trustee Heather Craycraft.
Here.
And Trustee Mike Foster.
Here.
Okay, up next is item 2D, approval of the agenda. Do we have any changes to the agenda that any board members like to make?
I would like
Otherwise,
to-
I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'd like to pull 5G.
5G. Any other changes? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda with 5G pulled.
So moved.
A motion from Mayor Pro Tem Shah. Second from Mayor Lasis. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. And we're on to item 2E, which is our board reports. Who'd like to go first?
I'll go because I've got a little bit here. First, just want to wish everybody happy holidays and hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving. I do have quite a few updates, so I apologize for the airtime tonight, but I feel like it's important for a few things for everybody to be aware of. So first, just want to, again, congratulate those that won the election, Heather and Mike and Jason. Really appreciate you stepping up to serve. And then also just want to thank Trustee McCool and Hammerly for their service on the board as well. I know during the election, there was a Facebook post that went out where something like 218 residents had their personal information blasted out there. I know that there was an attempt to abbreviate names. It still made it pretty obvious who these people were. It included their street address, years of birth, and I know several residents did not appreciate that and felt that their privacy was violated. So just wanted to make everybody aware, your name, address, year of birth, your political affiliation, all of that is public information. So if you do want to protect your privacy and you don't want that out there, you can do that if you go to the Boulder County Elections Office, which is located at 1750 33rd Street, Suite 200 in Boulder, so just upstairs. It takes maybe 5 minutes to make that information private. You just need to bring a photo ID, and you just fill out a one-page form and essentially just tell them that you want to keep that private. It's a $5 admission fee. But that will essentially make your information private. You can still use services like ballot tracks to track where your ballot is, but it will remove all your information from public view. So if you do want to protect your information, that's how you do that. Also just wanted to make everybody aware, especially for our businesses in town, the Chamber does have a new office that's located within the sports stable. They had a wonderful ribbon cutting, and so if anybody's looking for them now, they're going to be in the sports stable, so just everybody's aware of that. The Sister City on Saturday had their holiday bazaar. We had over 60 vendors come to that. It was a really great success, very steady all day. We had burritos, there was a Yeti taking pictures, and it raised about a little over $2,600. So thank you to everybody who came out for that to do your holiday shopping. And then just a reminder that this Saturday from 10 o'clock is the stocking run, and then from 1 to 5 is going to be Winterfest downtown. So everybody please come down to that. It should be a really fun time. In other news, I did attend a recycling center tour in Boulder. I'd never been on that. It's extremely fascinating, and they do offer tours for anybody who wants to go, so I would highly recommend going to that. It just gives you a little more insight into what can be recycled, which actually is a lot more than I thought. They've got people sorting through all of it. They've only got a 12% runoff rate, which I thought was phenomenal. And then I kind of grabbed one of the guys afterwards and was asking him all the things that I thought that you couldn't recycle that I was told you couldn't, and it turns out you can. So I wanted to pass that along as a little PSA for everybody who wants to be recycling a little bit more. First and foremost, greasy pizza boxes, which I thought was a huge no-no. It's totally fine now. I guess they didn't used to allow that, but now they do. So try to make sure there's not like chunks of food in it, but grease is totally fine. Lids need to be at least 2 inches. The smaller lids on things like sodas and stuff, just make sure they're screwed on. Even if they're not the same color, totally fine. So feel free to recycle those as well. And then any paper pieces have to be at least the size of a postcard. So just a few things there. Don't be throwing out batteries. Now that I've been on the tour, this seems very obvious. I don't know how I didn't realize this before, but they can ignite and then set trucks on fire, which is super fun for the drivers. So there is a hazardous waste drop-off that you can drop off things like batteries, pesticides. They also give away items, so you can actually go there and it's almost like a little free store. You just walk up and take whatever you want, excluding pesticides because they're trying to have people get away from using those. But anything else, paint, that kind of stuff, you can actually get for free there. So if you're like painting a shed or something outside that you don't really care if it's, you know, a beautiful color, you can get that there. And then I did attend an Excel presentation last month as well, and they went through, they've got a wildfire mitigation plan for 2025 through 2027, and just wanted to make everybody aware of what that entails. So they're going to be adding more situational awareness, or essentially weather stations, so that they know if there's high winds or anything coming that could down some lines. They're adding a bunch of AI cameras so that they can identify fire regardless of how it starts. They can identify that and then immediately call first responders to deploy to that area, which is fantastic. They are strengthening their system so it's more resilient, so a lot more undergrounding, and then improving equipment. They have operational enhancements such as safety settings and then public safety power shutoffs. And they said they're going to step up their communication. I think we all remember when there were some shutoffs that were a bit of a surprise, and they lasted for a long time and caused all kinds of havoc with businesses and individuals. So they are committed to a 48 to 72 hour communication ahead of those shutoffs, if there are shutoffs that they know about. And they're also improving their outage maps. The one thing I wanted to make sure everybody is aware of that kind of affects some of our residents that I think could be helpful. Part of that plan, they have a battery backup program, which is for low-income qualified customers who use medical equipment. So that's CPAPs, oxygen, things like that. If you use those and you're worried about any shutoffs affecting anything with your medical devices, you can contact them and they can help offset costs for battery backup. So I would strongly encourage anybody who is concerned about that to please contact Excel to take advantage of that. And that's all I have.
Thank you, Stephanie.
I might outdo you on time here. So It's when we're not here for a month, we do a lot of stuff. We have a lot of stuff to report. In November, I went to DC again to advocate for the tax bill that would affect anybody receiving a settlement from the fire, and I'll speak more to that. But I also went to Lahaina in Maui again to work with their community, and I think foremost, I want to say that they have expressed so much gratitude to our community. I went with a fire marshal from Santa Rosa, a former city manager from Malibu, and then the head of the After the Fire organization, who's from Sonoma, and they've all, been through fires of their own. And so Tatiana Hernandez from the Community Foundation here in Boulder County. So just as a small group, we went and we met with the mayor, the county government. We met with, I have a list, there's quite a few people, the county council, planning staff, the communication staff, the resident and community advocacy groups like Lahaina Strong, which was like our Marshall Together, Superior Rising. Also their Four Leaf, which was their permitting entity, like our Safe Built, the Hawaii Community Foundation, Maui Rapid Response, which is really like our Sister Carmen comparable. And we went to their recovery meeting, which they've had their 42nd recovery meeting. They have one every week, and they've kept those going. Some of it is really just a gathering place for people, but also anytime there's information to put out. And it's just been, the Army Corps of Engineers is there, the mayor comes, who's almost like the governor of Maui. It's a very kind of different experience. Most of these meetings caught us up on logistics of where recovery is in terms of infrastructure and staffing. But we visited the site of some rebuilds. So they've got a couple of rebuilds that are done now, and they've just passed their 1 year mark. So that's pretty impressive and not what we were expecting to see. In Kula, which there was 2 areas where there were actually fires there, and Lahaina, there's an organization called Nano Nest that did tiny homes, and many of the families that were in tents when I was there the last time are now in these Nano Nest homes, which imagine a double wide, but like on tech. I mean, they're amazing. We met with FEMA as well. They're doing a lot of different things there than they did in our fire. They've learned a lot. We are a lot of the policy and legislation model for Maui. So I've met with our legislators and theirs to try to streamline what they're building, what they're going to create, because we've learned so much from it. We also visited the Spirit Horse Ranch, which when I saw that on the agenda, I was like, what are we going to, do there? But it was really touching to see how they're using equine therapy to help some of the more traumatized people. They had such a high loss of life, and there were folks that are getting a lot of help from the work with horse that just one-to-one therapy with a therapist wasn't doing for them. And these are, folks that were like recovering deceased bodies. I mean, they've seen things and been through things that are unimaginable. So to see progress and how much they're highlighting the mental health capacity of it is really encouraging to know that they're, it's same in our community. I mean, it was like we couldn't say it enough, and people still weren't, always getting the resources that they needed. They're tired. They're defeated. The staff is exhausted. I mean, you can just see it in their faces. A lot of what I experienced was about the residential piece of this, but they lost, if you've ever been to Lahaina, there is an area called Front Street, which imagine any coastal town and all the businesses that are there. Like, they lost all of that. And now also imagine the island has an invisible line around it that you can't build because of expectations of sea level rise and just the environmental piece of it all. So it's not very simple for them to just rebuild these businesses. And many people who lost homes also lost the business. So they've lost their economic driver as well as where they're staying. So it's heavy hearted, but I was very happy while we were there to be able to share with them a fight that they'll never have to fight. The bill that I've been going to DC working on is so that when someone is paid from settlements, and in Maui they're already established some settlement payouts for them, is that it won't be taxed as income. And while that might not affect our community in the same way as it would affect them, we're wealthy, we have resources generally. And so for them, though, having $100,000 be income all of a sudden would remove, resources and access to benefits or things they qualify for that would be devastating to them. So it was a big win, and I feel good that I can stop going to DC now and running around to offices and trying to get people to, it was the only tax bill that passed this year at all. So that was pretty impressive to be a part of that. And thank you to Allison James, our disaster recovery manager, and Neil for also went on a trip out there to DC. Just working a bill takes years sometimes. And it was really awesome to see it actually like come through. And so down the road for our residents, should there be any settlements paid out, they get to keep all of it. And they won't have to pay 40% of it to the US government as taxes. So I'm just really happy that it might mean a couch instead of a futon, or it might mean, a refrigerator that they used to have instead of the one that works for now. So I'm very proud of that work, and it was a team effort and well worth the time. So thank you to our community for supporting those things happening. I know it's distant, but people came here for us. People showed up for us that weren't from here. And so this is a bit of us paying it forward. And I'm just grateful to have the opportunity to do it. So also locally, we're starting, this happened a couple of years ago, and I think Mayor Folsom used to do it when he was the mayor, but we're doing a sock campaign. So local businesses and the town hall and the community center will have a drop box for you to drop all the sockses. And the Silk will be helping sort them, but those will get donated to we have a couple of places in mind, but I'm looking at the Boulder Homeless and Housing Department to kind of direct us where the best need is for those in January. So bring your socks. New ones, please. Yes. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen.
Yeah.
Jason?
I'll keep mine. I was pretty boring over the break. Sorry, I didn't do a whole lot. I did go to DC to visit my son for Thanksgiving, and I finally did all the touristy things of seeing the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, and going to the museums. So had a lot of fun there. Crack Boba grand opening was fantastic. Lying down the block, I'm going to put Trustee Mike Foster on the spot for that one. So you're going to talk about that during your board report. And the only other board report I've got is my wife and I went to a J. Will Pink Village champagne tasting event. Now, I always thought I knew a lot about champagne because I'm a James Bond fan, and I think, the chilled Bollinger Grande and the Beluga Caviar. But I know nothing about it. I knew absolutely zero about it. I just knew that a brand name, but the young lady Kat was there, and she explained everything about champagne, the different grapes, the varietals, what different flavors go into it. And this really surprised me that the best food that pairs with champagne is fried chicken. I did not know that. So the next time it's going to be a bottle of Vive Cloquet and Popeyes. So I'm really looking forward to that next time. But that's my board report. Thank you.
You learn something new every day. Heather, welcome.
Thank you. Honored to be up here, so thank you for everyone for participating. My only one reminder, which I might steal from Trustee Foster, is that our home rule ballots are due tomorrow. So please do your work, and please put that in the ballot box located in the town hall's parking lot. Other than that, I'm done.
Mike?
All right. I want to, first of all, thank everybody in the town of Superior that voted on November 5th. That's democracy in action. So your voice matters. And I think the results of this election prove that every vote does count. So please remember to vote, as Heather said, in tomorrow's home rule election. Every vote counts and every vote matters. As far as Crack Boba, yes, it was an amazing grand opening. If you weren't there, Kim and Hugh had 2 gigantic blocks of ice to bring down the sledgehammer on, and that's cracking the ice for their grand opening and for their business. It's an amazing establishment, and if you haven't enjoyed a boba yet, I would encourage you to visit them. They're in the corner of Marshall and Main in downtown. And that's my report.
All right, thanks, Mike.
All right, I get to go second to last, so most of everything's already been said, but congratulations to both Heather and Mike for both getting elected and being here and actually stepping forward to serve, and congratulations to Jason getting reelected. I am looking forward to serving with the new board. My sincere thanks to both the services that Sandy Hammerly and Bob McCool provided to the town. Sandy with 6 years on the board, almost, and then her time on ProStack, which became Park. Bob for his time on the Planning Commission, the original OSAC, and getting the open space tax on the ballot way back in '99. I was also going to talk about the home rule ballots, but that was already done. I will admit I was a little confused by the ballots with the weird little number on there because it freaked me out because, I don't want people to know how I'm voting, although it should be pretty obvious. But I did tear that off and threw it away. A quick update on Dr. Cog. Had their monthly meeting last month. One of the things, Dr. Cog does a lot, and a lot of times it's hard to know because we're such a small part of Dr. Cog. One of the things that is continuing to happen within the Denver metro area is we're aging in place. And one of the biggest challenges we have for our older adults is transportation. And it's not just transportation, because a lot of times when you think about transportation, it's like, I can just call a ride. Transportation doesn't work really well when you go cross district, cross border. And there's not a good handoff for an older adult to go from here to, say, Parker. You have to call this system, call that system. So Dr. Cog did get a grant to try to create a hub so that these different systems can start talking to one another, and more specifically that we can help these folks get to where they need to go and they have a ride coming back. Everyone gets like, well, what about Uber? What about Lyft? Well, a lot of these folks can't afford these. These other rides are subsidized, so we want to make sure that folks can use them and that they're aware of them. So it's pretty cool, but it's going to take some time to roll it out. Hopefully by the end of 2024, there'll be within the next couple of weeks, there'll be a contract in place to get some of this stuff going shortly. Dr. Cog is also working on the regional needs housing assessment, which we're already working on, and they're working hand in hand with the state because the state passed their rules. So a lot of this stuff is trying to track to what the state is doing, but we're all kind of waiting for more updates there, and hopefully we'll have those soon. I think that's it for me.
Thanks, Neil. Good evening, everyone. I also want to extend my congratulations and welcome to Trustees Craycraft Foster, and welcome back, Trustee Serbu. Congratulations on winning your election. I also want to thank Trustee Hammerly and Trustee McCool for their past service on the board. They will be missed. And I also want to extend my thanks to Greg Horowitz and George A. Kuffner for running for office. It's never an easy thing to run for office, put your name out there, expose yourself to the whims of the electorate, and it takes a lot of guts and a lot of courage. So thank you for running. I don't want to cover everything that's already been covered, so please return your ballot by 7 p.m. Tomorrow, home roll. And then I just wanted to announce that there's only one regularly scheduled meeting here in December. So we have no meeting scheduled on December 23rd, and our next regularly scheduled meeting will be January 13th, 2025. So we'll see you next year. And with that, I'll turn it to Town Manager Magley.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a reminder for the board that we have our quarterly work session coming up on next Monday. And we'll be meeting, starting off with a dinner with the Downtown Superior Metro District Board members from 6 to 7. So, that's it. Thank you.
Town Attorney Hartman.
Nothing to report.
All right. And our Town Clerk.
Nothing to report, thank you.
Okay, we're on to item 2F, which is public comment on our consent agenda, presentations, and non-agenda items. We take public comment first come, first serve. If you could sign in at the desk right there with your first and last name and the town in which you reside. And if you'd like to give public comment and you're participating via Zoom, please use the raise hand chat feature, and we will call on you in the order in which we see your hands raised.
I'm George Kuffner, Superior resident. I got a couple of things tonight. I'll have to be quick about this. I was looking, our snow contract was reissued by a change order, and the mayor and Mr. Magley signed it. I didn't see it come up for a vote of the rest of the board members. I didn't know we could do that on a contract that big, that two people could just sign it off. That's one thing. The other thing on the snow is, last year, if you guys paid any attention, there was no pre-treating on our streets at all, and that's because our snow contractor does not own a dispenser truck. So I'm looking here at the sheet that I got on the cheat sheet on money. We spent $41,116.60 on torch, which is a liquid, and we just done that this last month. Now, why are we buying torch for the state of Colorado if we don't have a dispenser truck to put it on our own streets? And that's the other thing about the snow contract, is that the contract we got, he has some equipment, but he does not have everything that was prescribed on the bid. So he didn't meet qualifications to the bid, and our public works director still give him the contract. There's something wrong with that. Everybody's not playing on the same playing field. Okay, so we'll leave the snow alone now. I heard some very difficult things, and I hope it's false. I heard that the town got swindled out of $200,000. That somebody sent us a bill for an electricity, and they wanted $200,000. They were going to shut us off. And I hear tell that we wired $200,000 to a bogus account so they wouldn't turn our electricity off. And I'd like to know if that's true or false. And you guys can all send me an email at jglakes, jglakes@aol.com. And I'd really appreciate some feedback on that $200,000, because that's a lot of money for us to get fleeced out of. And I hope you guys all know about that. I hope this is not a surprise to anybody, because I think from the looks on your faces that a lot of you guys haven't heard that. So I'm really looking forward to some answers, because I'm not going to allow this to drop on the floor like we did over the $100,000 water break that should have only cost us 30 grand. We don't have that kind of money to spend and then go ask our taxpayers for another $20 million. So let's get a handle on this. I don't know why we still have the same town manager if that be the case. I think there's been a lot of mistakes in the last year. Most town managers get one mistake, not 2 or 3 or 4. I don't know what you guys are protecting, but we need to get it out in the public. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your comments. Dalton Villette.
Yep. Hello, Dalton Villette. I'll make this brief. I do want to congratulate Trustees Serbu, Craycraft, and Foster on their election results, and to thank Trustees McCool and Hammerly for their service on the board. I'm excited to see the 3 of you working away on all matters superior and local. And just a brief reminder, home rule election is tomorrow. Please turn your ballots into the ballot drop box in front of Town Hall before 7 p.m. Do not put them in the mailbox. The time has passed to mail them. You need to drop them off in the ballot box so your vote can be counted. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dalton. Anybody else? Mr. Walker?
Good evening, Board. I would have expected some more smiles by this moment. It's been a fascinating political season this year with so many twists and turns. It truly was interesting for me. But the election has taken place and the voters have spoken, not on a whim. So let's take a brief moment, as an election is a point in time where society gets to reflect and adjust oneself. Who would have guessed that President-elect Trump would win the popular vote? Who would have guessed that Trump actually grew his voter base across many of the minority constituencies? I like to conduct what I call an Uber poll, where I ask the driver who they are voting for. It makes for interesting conversation and provides me with a pulse of the electorate. The black lady who decided to vote for Kamala, or the Hispanic lady who was voting for Trump and supported many of his policies. I find that really fascinating. Kamala Harris's campaign placed too many chips on the idea of the mood, the vibe, the picture. She's bringing us a politics of joy, Governor Tim Walz said. But look, the politics of joy didn't help Hubert Humphrey when he used exactly those words in his announcement for the presidency in April 1968. The country was becoming undone by Vietnam, and he was talking about joy. It made no one smile or feel inspired except his opponent, Richard Nixon. I would note that the politics of happiness and the toxic positivity that I see in our community doesn't work for superior politics anymore. At the Colorado state level, I get the sense that people are finally starting to wake up to the fact we have a $1 billion budget deficit. And that has ramifications for our little town. This board is very prideful they managed to get the local tax increase passed. I wonder how that is going to play out in the future, because this board continues to spend excessively. Eventually, the $600,000 annually spent on the airport lawsuit is going to increase, and is going to continue on for years. I've previously said that my only means for influencing change at the town board is through my rhetoric and ability to cause financial pain to this board. I would also include politics now. Sandy Hammerly so thoroughly angered me over her comments about the airport, which she knew to be false, incorrect, and simply political pandering. Well, she lost by 12 votes. There are 56 pilots that live in this community. I reached out to a lot of them, as well as others. Talking about the airport was simply a segue into a conversation that allowed me to advocate for political change. I like to think that of all the people that I talked to, that somehow I managed to convince 12 people to vote differently, and now she is gone. I take great pride in that, and that's how I learned to fall in love with politics. This board's seriously overplayed their hand. The candidates that were sworn in tonight were all from downtown Superior. I believe that what we are seeing is a sea change in the political sphere of influence away from Rock Creek to a more nuanced electorate as exemplified by the residents of downtown Superior. I've withstood the test of time as it relates to the airport. We shall see who can withstand the next election. Those are my prepared comments. Now I want to say some off-the-cuff comments. Congratulations to Mr. Serbu, Ms. Craycraft, and Mr. Foster for getting elected. I hope, Ms. Craycraft, that you had as much anxiousness as I did when I kept hitting the refresh button at the Boulder County elections to see when that update was going to be made. And congratulations. I look forward to working with everyone at this board going forward. I believe that the next year is going to be exciting, and there's going to be some fireworks going on. So have a good holiday, everyone, and I guess we'll talk more about airport issues in January. Have a great day.
Thanks for your comments. Any additional public comment here in the boardroom? Seeing none, I'll turn to Zoom, and we've got Michelle Gazarek.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Thank you, Mayor Lasis and our Board of Trustees, and welcome to our new board members. I'm Michelle Gazarek, and I'm a volunteer on our advisory committee for environmental sustainability, also known as ACES. So I just wanted to give a reminder of our sustainability action plan, and I look forward to working with our board on our 7 pillars of clean climate, energy, clean water, clean air, transportation, zero waste, and natural and regenerative systems. And I finished with natural and regenerative systems because I want to give a positive kudos to Vargas, who I see is on the agenda later, especially Elena and Alex, who have been helping the Gardeners United, which is our volunteer senior citizens group that is into gardening. And Elena and Alex have graciously helped educate us on many issues, especially use of pesticides, beekeeping, and how to keep our natural environment using the natural systems. So I just wanted to encourage continued support of their desire to make our town better. Thank you, and good luck this year.
Thanks for your comments. Any additional public comment via Zoom? If so, please use the raise hand feature. All right, seeing none, public comment is closed. And we are moving right along onto item 3, which is our presentation section. We have none. Item 4, project updates, we have none. So we're on to our consent agenda, which is item 5. We have pulled at Trustee Miller's request, item 5G. So we've got items 5A, B, C, D, E, and F, and then H, I, and J. So let's entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda with item G removed.
So moved, the longest consent agenda ever.
I'll second.
Okay, we've got a motion from Mayor Pro Tem Shah and a second from Trustee Foster, and we are
We are
spending money, so
We are
we'll need a
spending
roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Cowish,
Yes.
Trustee Miller,
Yes.
Trustee Foster,
Yes.
Trustee Serbu,
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Passes unanimously. And Stephanie, you pulled 5G?
Yep, and this is just more for transparency's sake and to make sure that everybody's aware of where the money's going, because I know there were concerns over the budget and us not being transparent. So wanted to thank staff for getting me these answers. I really, really appreciate it. In the board packet, there was a low-interest drawdown loan, which is what we're going to be funding this with. I just wanted to make sure everybody knows what that actually is. So the rate on that low rate is 2.08, which is amazing, which is a fixed rate. It will be roughly around 2.2 to 2.5 million from SMID 1 through 2041, at which point there is a loan that pays off, and that will drop those annual payments to about 1.3 million. So just want to make sure everybody knew what that low interest rate loan actually looked like. That's all.
All right. Any additional questions or comments from the board? All right, if not, I'll entertain a motion to approve 5G.
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, so we need to read it out. A motion to approve Superior Metropolitan District Number 1, Resolution Number SMD Number 1-8, Series 2024. A resolution of the Board of Directors of the Superior Metropolitan District Number 1 authorizing the town to opt into and execute additional CWCB loans under the Windy Gap Firming Project Allotment Contract. So we've got a motion from Trustee Foster and a second from Trustee Miller.
Director.
Roll call vote, please.
Director Shaw,
Yes.
Director Serbu,
Yes.
Director Miller,
Yes.
Director Cowish,
Yes.
Director Foster,
Yes.
Director Craycraft,
Yes.
and President Lasis.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, passes unanimously, and we are now moving on to item 6, which is selection of our Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mayor. Section 2250 of the Superior Municipal Code states that the Board of Trustees shall, at the first meeting, elect one of its members as Mayor Pro Tem, who in the absence of the mayor or upon his or her inability to act shall perform the mayor's duties. As in the past, I'd recommend that the trustees interested in serving as Mayor Pro Tem announce their interest to serve at this time in the meeting. Once the board is aware of trustees willing to serve in this position, the mayor can then ask for a show of hands supporting those interested. Once the board has a unanimous or majority candidate, they can make a motion to make that selection.
All right, thanks, Matt. So, who's interested?
I will raise my hand.
All right.
No, I'd love to continue to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. Mark has graciously been absent for all of 2 meetings in the last 2 years, so, but happy to continue to serve as needed.
I'd like to throw my hat in the ring.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. We're gonna do some stump speeches.
I've been on the board for 2 years. Sitting next to Mark has been an amazing experience of learning how the board operates, it works. Seeing the tough hits that you take and keep going forward is definitely something that's inspiring to somebody who's never wanted to get involved in politics at all. Found myself in the position of running. Lost the first election. I was appointed, ran again. Thankfully I was elected this time, and many thanks to everybody in the community who marked in my name, and I just want to give back to this community in every possible way I can. What I think, Neil said a really good point. You've missed 2 meetings, which is great, right? I mean, you're always here. You are basically the face of the town as the mayor, and I think that's something that's very, very important, that you lead by example. And what I'd like to do as the Mayor Pro Tem for the next 2 years to the 4 years I've been elected to, I really want to see downtown, the economic core of Main Street, grow in a tremendous fashion. I also want to see that success go to Brixmor-owned Superior Marketplace, as well as the Safeway Plaza. And I think as Mayor Pro Tem, I could step into a role of more leadership and more, just direct contact with individuals to try to use that position to bring as much business as possible to this town, because that's going to be very, very important for us for a tax base going forward. And of course, there's still the airport issue, which is not over with yet. Despite the lawsuit, there's the new list of things the airport has chosen to do for their voluntary abatement program for nighttime and daytime noise, but I think there's always something else that can be done, that we work with the flight schools or keep pushing, and just don't let them know that let them know we're not going anywhere. We're going to stay there and we're going to keep fighting. That's something that I could also benefit from. So I'd follow the lead of Neil Shaw, who did a fantastic job for the last 2 years as Mayor Pro Tem. So I definitely have an example to live up to and try to fill in his shoes and his space and his governance. And I'd be honored if I were given the opportunity to be Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Jason. Neil?
It's a tough act to follow. So I'd like to continue to serve as Mayor Pro Tem. I think Jason would do a great job as well. For me, 2 years ago, post-fire, it was super important and super critical that we continue to maintain everything that we had in front of us in terms of getting everybody that was affected by the Marshall Fire back home, and that every resident is fully supported. I think we've done a great job. We still have more way to go. For every homeowner that has been able to move in, I think we've kind of moved up the notch in terms of what a community can do to support their own community members for coming back. But not everybody is home. Everybody's got their own obstacles. Right now, I'm yelling and screaming at Lumen, who thinks that they can put a device. They can't find the lines of property lines or anything else like that, which is bizarre to me. But more importantly, I think, the next couple of years, and I do term out in 2026, the next couple of years for me is really important to continue the momentum, on everything that we've been doing. We're a 4 square mile town. The state continues to, advocate for what it wants to do to us and it wants to do for us as it comes to development and what type of development. But, assuming home rule passes, or even if it doesn't, we need to maintain, local control, because we are the ones that know what Superior needs. We are the ones that know what Superior needs to look like by, listening to our community, by listening to our residents. So those are the things that are important to me. So, continuing, and as Jason alluded to, downtown, the fill-in, getting Brixmor back to the table. We've continued to, try to get them to engage, and we need to start stepping up the notch in terms of how we want to do that. More importantly is how we want to address affordable housing in conjunction with Brixmor and what that may look like. The Denver metro area has a massive problem, and it cannot be it's somebody else's problem to solve. It is equally our problem. As our community continues to age, what are we doing to support those community members? We don't have the right housing. For my parents, who are in a 6-bedroom house that's like twice the size of mine, they don't have anywhere to downsize and stay around here. So how do we facilitate that going forward, and that we start thinking about not the community we're today, but what we're going to look like over the next 5, 15, 20 years. This is not a 2-year journey. It's a long journey. Jason is luckily, he got appointed so he can actually serve 8 years. So I think that's actually, 8 more in addition to the 2 that you just served. So, which is kind of fascinating when you think about how much more hand-holding this community is going to need relative to what the state thinks that we should be doing. So long story short, I think the Mayor Pro Tem job is an opportunity to continue to advocate, but I think all of us on this dais are able to do that in any way, shape, or form. By being a representative of the community, we are listened to. By being the representative of a community that has done things that others have tried and we have failed or we've succeeded, I think we advocate for our community in a different way. As we look at our communities near us that have tried things and failed and gave up, or sort of said, this is what fire recovery needs to look like, we've changed that mold and we can demonstrate that there are other ways to do things, not the way that we're being prescribed to do so. So, long answer.
All right. Thank you, Neil. So you contemplated just raising hands?
Yeah, that's what we've done in the past. Seems to.
Rather than doing like a secret ballot? Is there a reason to do it by hand raising versus
It's up to
any feelings one way or the other? You care?
I don't really care.
Okay. Hands? Safe trees?
Reduce, recycle.
Exactly. All right. Jason comes alphabetically first, so all those in favor of Jason? Okay. All those in favor of Neil Shaw? Okay. Jason, congratulations. All right. So do we need a motion to appoint? Okay, so I'd like to make a motion to appoint Jason Serbu as Mayor Pro Tem. second from Trustee Craycraft. All those in favor? All right, passes unanimously. Congratulations, Jason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Comes with a pay bump, right?
Does not come with a pay bump.
No.
All right, we are on to item 7, which is our public hearing to consider a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for PJ's Foods, DBA PJ's Diner, located at 1619 Colton Road. Hereby call to order the public hearing regarding the application of PJ Foods LLC, DBA PJ's Diner at Town of Superior for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license. Do we have proof of publication?
We do.
All right, this is a public hearing regarding a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for PJ's Diner within the Town of Superior. The Board of Trustees acts as the local licensing authority for the town. The board has received preliminary findings from the town clerk dated December 3rd, 2024, and those findings were provided to the applicant. The purpose of this hearing is to receive information and testimony to enable this board to consider whether the license should be granted based on the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood and the desires of the adult inhabitants of the neighborhood of the new location. Interested parties will be allowed to present evidence and cross-examine all witnesses. The following are interested parties: adult residents residing for at least 6 months in the neighborhood of the new location, and an owner or manager of a business located in the neighborhood of the new location. Is the applicant or representative of the applicant present?
Yeah, via Zoom.
By Zoom.
Yes.
All right. Please step forward and identify yourself for the record.
There she is.
I'm not hearing anybody. Do we have
She on mute?
our Liquor Pros surveys? Carol, are you on mute?
No, I'm here.
Okay, can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Oh, I'm sorry. Carol Johnson for Liquor Pros.
Okay, thank you. And do we have any interested parties who are present who would like to participate in this hearing as well? Seeing none in the boardroom. Anybody on Zoom? All right, I see none. We will not hear opening statements, but we will proceed directly to the presentation of evidence and testimony because this hearing is not formal. Formal rules of evidence will not apply and objections to evidence will not be heard. The applicant may call witnesses. The town clerk will place each witness under oath. Each of the applicant's witnesses will testify, then be subject to questions from the board and be subject to any cross-examination by any interested party. Interested parties may also call witnesses, but we don't have any interested parties, it sounds like. And then the applicant will have an opportunity to rebut any evidence presented by the interested party, but there are none. And then the applicant may make closing arguments at the end of the proceeding. So at this point in time, I'll recognize Carol with Liquor Pros to present the application's evidence.
First of all, I'll say Liquor Pros is a neutral petitioning company. We do not guarantee the results. We try to start the closest to the location and radiate out into the residents and the businesses on the map provided by the city. The petitions have a place to sign yes or no, and a reason for them to sign in opposition if they choose to. We keep a tally sheet of all the locations we make a stop at. The businesses and residents were done on Friday, November 22nd, and additional residents on Saturday, November 23rd. We made 71 attempts at businesses and 300 at residents for a total of 371 attempts. And from that, we obtained 106 signatures. We obtained 40 from businesses, 39 in support, and 1 in opposition. And we obtained 66 from residents, 65 in support, and 1 in opposition. The reason for the 2 in opposition, 1 gave no reason and 1 was against alcohol. There were 45 who declined to participate, 16 not interested, 13 too busy, 9 businesses was against their company policy, and 7 do not sign petitions or surveys. There were 7 who were ineligible to sign, 4 were under 21, 2 were non-residents, and one was an owner or manager that was not available. The one reason against alcohol may be considered invalid due to the fact that the laws say that that is not is irrelevant with the needs and desires, in which case we would have 104 in support and 1 in opposition, or 105. This definitely shows there is a need and desire for this license, but I'd be more than glad to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Carol. Questions from the board for the applicant? All right, seeing none. Do you have any additional presentation, or is that it?
That's for me. I
Okay.
believe that
Thank you.
applicant may be here as well.
Staff, do we have any additional items to present?
We do not.
Okay. Any interested parties now? Okay, seeing none. We have no interested parties. Okay, since there's no interested parties, there's no need for rebuttal, right? So I'll allow the applicant to make a closing statement if the applicant would wish.
Actually, I did have a question. Yeah, I wasn't sure that the applicant was on the call. I thought it was just the folks that did the survey. But if someone from PJ's is on, I'd just like to understand what their training protocol is going to be in terms of how they plan to train their employees and how they plan to sort of ensure that everybody's got the right training.
Do we have somebody from PJ's there? Nobody's sitting there with you, Carol, right?
I was my understanding that there was going to be someone there. I was told it would be a Pam Brown, but I don't know whether there were some issues with.
We are a little early on our agenda. Our agenda, we're about 15 minutes early.
Because there usually is, both the client and
Right.
I'm not sure whether they were represented by an attorney or not, but I know that I was given by our owners that was a Pam Brown that was supposed to be in attendance one way or the other. Yes, fortunately, I can't answer the questions you want as far as their training.
Understood. Do we want to take 5 and try to call the applicant and see if somebody's going to show up?
Sure.
All right, why don't we take a brief recess for 5 minutes? We'll be back at 6:57.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting too.
I thought it was a guy. Said I missed the name. It was a resident who didn't like alcohol. Yeah, but that's the Panera. Oh, I didn't see Panera. The cell number that she's got on the application.
They're the one business. You can check the chief.
I'm like,
Any luck? Yeah. Oh.
So she might have a minute. We're going to listen to. Mommy did take a good picture of all of us.
Did we get it?
Yeah, Mike just sent it.
Good group shot.
Let me go over there. Oh,
Jason, you're staying so far away from me. And mine too. They're TV's giving us a lot of space.
We're booking it.
Respect to that, but still.
like, why doesn't it?
There we go. Okay, we're back on. And Pam is connecting. I see connecting to audio. Can you hear us? All right, we can't hear you. Do you have your mic turned on?
She signed in as me. I sent her a link for me. Sorry. Oh, just changed. Okay.
Pam, can you hear us?
This is fun. Oh, Pat's helping.
Pat, can you hear us? They're still connecting to audio. Hello, Pam and Pat.
She's muted.
I think you're muted. If you guys can figure out how to unmute.
Okay, now I think I'm on.
Now we can hear you. All right.
Oh my goodness, I thought the meeting was tomorrow. So sorry.
No worries.
I'm a mess.
No worries. We already heard the presentation from the survey consultant that you hired on the needs and desires of the neighborhood. And we had a couple questions from the board about your application. So at this point, I'll turn it over to the rest of the board to ask whatever questions they'd like to ask.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Pam, I just want to understand, what your protocol will be for training your employees and then sort of making sure that the folks that request the alcoholic drinks are above age.
Oh, they will do the tip certification. They'll go through the class.
The tip certification?
Uh-huh.
Okay. All right. That was my only question.
I just wanted to know, I know there's sandwiches named after people. What do you have to do to get a drink named after you?
Come up with a fancy name.
Okay, deal.
So I have a couple questions. So obviously you're a breakfast and lunch venue. So I imagine you're going to be serving mimosas, Bloody Marys, those types of things? Or
Yeah, it's gonna be like 3 or 4 drinks. And then a max, we're gonna limit it to 2 drinks max per person.
Okay. And will they be,
Offering unlimited.
is there a certain time period when the drinks will be available or when you're open?
When we're open, but I'm not sure I have to look at the state of Colorado. I think we can serve at 7, but it might have to be 8. I think it's at 7 though.
Okay.
Because with EAT and all them, they start at 7, yeah.
And obviously, you and Pat have experience, operating Pat's Tap. So, you're familiar with kind of the requirements of serving alcohol, but the clientele that you cater to at that venue is going to be different than the clientele at your diner. So, is there anything in particular that you're going to have your employees aware of to make sure that minors aren't being served?
Oh, everybody will have check everybody's ID. Everybody gets their ID checked. So I believe the law in Colorado is if they don't look 55 or older, they have to have an ID and they have to have an ID on their person in order to get served alcohol. And that'll go through the tip certification that they have to go through. It goes through all of the guidelines. And if they serve underage, what can happen to them and the restaurant.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any additional questions from the board? All right. Those are the questions that we have from the board. You have the opportunity, there's no interested parties here that are opposing your application, but you have the opportunity to make a closing statement if you'd like, Pam.
Oh, well, that's great. The reason I'm doing this is because of the competition around me. I went 11 years without alcohol, but I feel like if I don't bring it in, I'm going to continue to decline in my sales. So I'm bringing it in because of the competition around me.
And is that competition outside of Superior?
Yeah, I mean, and now that the sports table is doing brunch with alcohol, then we got that Eat, and then we got the new home cafe or something like that, home style cafe in Louisville. And I feel like I'm losing my customers because people want to do Bloody Marys and mimosas in the morning, especially on the weekends.
Understood. We appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you. Sorry I'm not there.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
My overextended things I do.
All right, at this point, I can close the public hearing. All right, public hearing is closed. And we'll move to our comments from the board.
Just a timing question. I don't recall reading this in the packet. I might have overlooked it. If this is passed tonight, when does it become effective or go into effect?
As soon as she.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
She'll have to go through the state too, so I'm not sure where she's at in that process, but.
I've already said it goes to the state and then after.
And then we do ours, and then it should be pretty quick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll give my thoughts and then allow others to chime in. But we've done a bunch of these over the years, and we've been really lucky that we haven't had many problems with liquor licenses here in town. But I'm satisfied that the needs and desires were established by the applicant through the survey data. It wasn't like there was an overwhelming amount of people that were objecting to it. It was a small minority who were objecting to it. Most of the responses said that there was a need. I'm also satisfied, given the fact that there's prior experience operating a liquor license just next door at Pat's Tap, that this applicant, who's been in business in Superior for a very long time and is just an institution here in town, that I have no concerns that the liquor license won't be followed in the appropriate way and minors won't be served. And this will enable a already successful business to be able to compete with neighbors, which I think is also a valid reason to seek a liquor license. So I am supportive of this application and will be voting yes. Others? Otherwise, we can just go right forward to a motion.
No. I'll move to approve the liquor license request.
Okay, we've got a motion to approve from Trustee Foster.
Second.
Second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. All those in favor? Passes unanimously. Congratulations, Pam.
Thank you.
Your liquor license is approved.
All right. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Okay, we're moving on to item 8, which is a consideration of a resolution for agreement renewal with Vargas Property Services Incorporated for landscape flowers and snow removal services.
Good evening, Mayor and Board. Tonight's item is a renewal for the landscape agreement with Vargas Property Services to provide landscaping services for the town. It also includes care of our flowers. They also clean our restrooms, empty our trash, empty the pet waste stations, and a lot of other little tidbits. And snow removal, which is snowing outside. So snow removal within the parks and some of our park facilities as well. As you know, the town contracts annually. We bid this out every 4 years. We've engaged with Vargas for several years now. They came in halfway through 2022, 21? 21. And they have provided very, very high quality service for the town. They're very responsive. We communicate with them on a regular basis on needs that we see out there, any deficits, and they've always been very responsive to our needs. There are a few adjustments in this year's contract. We've acquired some new properties since the last contract year. Some right-of-way areas. Most specifically, we've reacquired Sagamore, so they will be maintaining the parks in Sagamore as well as the right-of-way there. Some new properties in downtown Superior, and Lanterns Lane has been that development period maintenance has expired, so now the town is now responsible for the maintenance and lanterns. And some properties in Original Town as well. So there are some increases there. The increases that you see are the 3% plus those additional properties and services. As you remember, back in 2021, we had some ambitious sustainability goals. Vargas was very proactive in approaching those. They did acquire the fleet to meet those goals that we had in place, which was 25% in 2022, 50% in 2023, and then I think we're supposed to be close to 75% in 2024. I will say that we lagged in reaching those goals, not for the lack of trying, but the industry, the available equipment, and the technology has been a challenge. Vargas continues to be a strong supporter for electrification of our equipment, and they have some great goals, strategies, and ambitions for 2025. One, the industry has continued to improve. We are looking at a focus on handheld equipment, moving forward with this new regulation 29, which is basically to utilize handheld lawn maintenance equipment, blowers, edgers, trimmers, those kind of things, 100% during the high ozone months. So that is going to be a state requirement starting in 2025, and they're 100% behind reaching that goal. The annual contract amount for this year is $1,665,093. Flowers are on top of that. That's priced out separately at $128,743. The schedule payment in there shows how our payments are spread out during the year. We do also have a time and material matrix that is many, 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 many pages long, but it does really set up a great working relationship for unforeseen things, maintenance that is not part of our regular repertoire, and Vargas has the ability to jump in and tackle some of those things, and we already have the pricing in place for that on time and material. I believe the class maps were included. That basically lays out the funding for the different areas in town and how we pay for that. We can pull those up if anybody has questions about that. It takes a little while to get used to some of that layout. Also, in the cover memo, there was a mistake I need to point out. In the percent usage of gas versus electric, which is on the bottom of page 2, the handheld equipment only percentages were flip-flopped. So
I had Lydia update that cover memo in the packet.
Great.
So it should.
Thank you. So it should be correct. Okay.
Correct.
Awesome. I do have representatives here from Vargas, as well as our Park Superintendent, Matt Rarick, if there are any questions.
Thank you, Leslie. Does Elena Vargas want to say a few words before we get into any questions?
Good evening, Board. Thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to come up and speak to you all. I want to congratulate the new trustees. I think there's some really great diversity that you bring to the table that will be really fun to work with and see what kind of things we can create together. Thank you to all of the board for your support for everything that you do. I want to talk about just briefly that the battery power initiative. So the town of Superior have been pioneers in the battery-powered initiative and have been a community that stepped forward before regulations came into play and set goals. And we have worked together with the town. I want to recognize Alexis Bullen, who is your sustainability director, I believe. Maybe that's not the correct title exactly, but the town also made an investment in, bringing sustainability, in as a position, in as an official part of, your cabinet or, your resources. And through the push for the battery-powered equipment, we have seen some really great progress that's been made. When we first started the project a few years back, a lot of our equipment was first generation, and so there have been developments with that technology. And, with other communities picking up now and taking the baton and wanting to carry on what they're doing, there's been more investment in the technology, and there are more grant opportunities as well. So we've applied for several grants to invest in new equipment because we had some failure rates with our early equipment. So we have had, the trials of working with warranties and trying to make back on that investment and see what we could do there, and approaching new technology and other vendors, that we might diversify and see what other kinds of equipment are out there. So, there's really this battle among the industry with these vendors now that has been created because of the push and the request to say we want to go in this direction. So Regulation 29 has come in, and it's been where, regulation has met the industry. So one of the things that we bring to, our attention all the time is the power behind this equipment. And so that's where Regulation 29 and establishing this 10 horsepower amount of energy and equipment under the 10 horsepower, it's not only more effective, but it's more effective, from an equipment standpoint, and it's more effective at reducing ozone, issues. So we are still working on mowers. We had mowers that we had one that was going over time and failed. We had one that was early on and failed, but we've got trade-ins now that we're working on. And so amongst the new funding, working with the original trade-ins and getting all those warranties, which has been difficult for us, we're very optimistic at what we're going to be able to achieve this upcoming year. And there have been new standards that have been created amongst the technology as well. So, it's not as much shooting in the dark when you choose these brands. I believe there are approximately 5 brands that meet this qualification that's been newly created since before we started the contract. So there's a lot that's coming, with the new technology, and we have participated in Ecotober events that have been hosted by the town. And so we're really, we're talking to all the right people to make sure we're getting the best technology, and that we're no longer kind of experimenting with this, that, we are stronger in how we're presenting So, thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. Questions from the board?
Well, thank you. I want to acknowledge Vargas for being really a big leader in this space. It's always tough to be first out the gate. You're going through a wall and you're getting beat up along the way. I also want to recognize ACES and the town staff for being such strong advocates for trying to electrify our landscaping equipment. The residents that I talk to love Vargas and all the great work that you're doing, so kudos. I do have a few questions specifically about Table 8C or Attachment 8C. It's the numbers of hours.
And I can see if I can pull that up real quick. Do we have it up yet? I gotta go back. Sorry, it's hard to see from this angle. Okay.
8C.
8C, electric use graph, yep.
There it is.
I'm curious, the line that's labeled all equipment and machinery, how is that different than the lines above that?
So the all equipment and machinery includes the mowers.
So is that supposed to be a total of all of the lines above?
No, I don't think so.
Looks like it's a total of the mowers and the handheld equipment
Yep.
only.
Oh, okay.
2 lines.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so as a,
Right.
yeah, and I think that's part of where my confusion is coming from, is it didn't look like the numbers added up quite right.
Let me pull up another one here.
Because ultimately what I was trying to do is calculate the percentage of total hours. I just wanted to make sure that the numbers were calculating correctly, because it looked like gas had a higher percentage of total hours used than electric, and if that table was adding up incorrectly, I'm wondering if those numbers change.
And it may have, here we go. This is the information directly from Vargas, but why is it way over there? There we go. See if I can, I may have to get back to you on this,
Okay.
but just wanted to see if I could come up with an easy answer right away. Because I went through and added up these numbers and put them into the other graph. I may have not done the math correctly. So let me go back and
Okay.
see if I can find the answer for you.
Okay, thank you. And that's really the basis for my other question, so I'll wait till you get,
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
nope, that's all right.
Can I say something?
Yes, you might know off the top of your head.
Well, I just want to say that when we submit the information to the town, we submit by hours. So that's where this was a calculation. So I don't know if that's, going to be telling to you of what that kind of it's going to consist of. But for us, it's not, we don't think of it as percentage necessarily. I know that that translates better for your purposes, but we're looking at total hours per piece of equipment. So that's the way that we submit it to the town.
And ultimately, if we have 8,384 hours for gas and 9,728 hours for electric, then really it's the mowers that are driving the lower percentage of overall electric adoption, because there's more hours on the mowers. And I understand those are the more expensive, more complex pieces of equipment to acquire and make sure that there's a reliability associated with that. So I went through that exercise because, again, the majority of the hours, when you don't include the mowers, are all the blowers, trimmers, hedgers, and edgers. So we've got really, really good hour usage and a higher percentage of total hours of equipment used if you take the mowers out. So I think, from my perspective, I think that's a really compelling story.
Yeah. I mean, it's 64% electrification on the handheld equipment. We're pretty close to reaching our goal, not 100% there to reaching that 75, but pretty close, and we're shooting for 100% next year. But yes, the mowers are definitely the challenge, I think, from a reliability standpoint.
And I'm curious, from Vargas's perspective, are there specific grants that you're targeting? And is there a collaboration that the town could help with, like writing a letter of support or something as a part of that grant application?
Thank you so much for your question, Trustee Foster. Yes, coming back to the town's dedication to this effort and the resources that have been put forward to us. So part of, Alexis and the sustainability team, also I believe it's the ACES committee, driving this initiative. There have been events that have been, we've participated in with other communities. Ecotober was a fabulous event where we got to go and meet with various vendors and try some different equipment. They also are great networking events where we can meet with different people who are involved in different ways with the effort. People who are doing it on a residential level, people who are coming at it, from a legislative perspective. So there's the PACE grant, which is a really fabulous opportunity that we're looking at being approved for in January, the beginning of the year, they'll be awarding those funds. So that is funds that are going to be dedicated to this initiative. I believe it is a state. Is it a state program, or it is Boulder? Oh, it's Boulder County specific. So the thing about that too was we did ask ACES to provide us a letter, because our office is in Broomfield. So it was a help to have a support, showing that we do work and this, work in the county of Boulder, and that, this equipment is going to be used in Boulder County. And then there also is the Mow Down for Pollution grant. That one is not quite as robust, but that's a trade-in program that we're working on. So we're going to be not only getting more of this electric equipment, but we're going to be recycling and retiring some old gas-powered equipment.
If you're awarded the grant funding, what additional capacity do you foresee being able for your non-mower equipment?
So one of the things is that this big piece is a new certification for this type of equipment, that there has been more rigorous testing on these new kind of, well, they're not new on all the different varieties to see whose technology is, kind of making the cut right now. So amongst those brands, we have some different options. So we are going to be diversifying which brand we're using because some of the handhelds are more effective than the others. And we've been demoing equipment from these other brands so that we could get a better gauge of which pieces of equipment are a better investment with which vendor. So we will be having, a few different brands where we'll be, having kind of just a catch-all or, a safety net for when one brand isn't really ideal, you work with multiple brands and kind of get the best of what's out there.
Great, thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you.
Additional questions?
Yeah, a couple quick ones. And I brought this up last January, because if you go to page, in this case now it's 36, it was page 40, 100%, additionally 100% of handheld equipment will be electric. And it's really, and I know these were, honestly, when we put these together in 2020 and 2022, they're aspirational, but we're falling short. And it's like, what should the contract see? Like, because I hate that we keep missing this handheld number by such a wide margin, and obviously, we had a path for everything to be electric, 25, 50, 75, and this is the year we should be at 75, we're at 36. I get it. But when we have a target out there of being 100% handheld electric, and that was on day one, and we're only at 64% after 3 years, what is the right number? And how do we help you get to, because we're not going to get there 100%, but it's a question of, I'd rather have an agreement that we can get to rather than one that's just arguably meaningless because we know we can't get there overnight. But what is the right path to getting there? And this is really a handheld question because I know the mower is like a whole different animal. But and like you said, the handhelds, the state law is going to cover part of the year, but then the rest of the year, what are the things that we can do to make you successful? And we set goals that are reachable.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Trustee Shaw. That's what I'm really grateful to Regulation 29 for, is it creates the standard. It prioritizes high ozone, risk months. So what we are looking at with the type of work that we need to do, there are slight adjustments in the scheduling of services, and it really doesn't make too terrible much of a difference because of our seasonality anyway, that we can fully meet Regulation 29. So that is, yes, it is less ambitious than the original goal, but that is where I think that the standard lies. Now, Regulation 29 is leaving out the mowers, which is something that we're still doing. So, while we can meet Regulation 29 100%, we also are going to continue to have mowers, not the entire fleet of mowers, but we are going to continue to use battery-powered mowers and use that technology as it develops as well. So I think that for clarity purposes, Regulation 29 just puts it into writing for everybody that this is the standard that is reasonable at this time period. I think it's definitely, a debatable question on where you want to go above and beyond from that and what your goals are from there. But I think that Regulation 29 has the literature in there that we can put that into the contract, and that will give us, the standard of making sure that we are meeting these regulations. And that's going to include the documentation as well. So you'll be getting the reporting on all of that as well.
All right. Now, it's more of, I think maybe between Vargas and staff, what makes a right trajectory? Like, I get, Reg 29, but it's, if we keep having this agreement that says 100% electric, and I got community members posting pictures of why are there 7 guys with gas blowers outside here when you guys said we're all going to electric? And it's trying to balance that, that piece of it, in terms of what the expectations are for being relative, because when Brightview came on, we threw them out, but Vargas came up here and said, we're going to go electric from day one on handhelds, because leaf blowers, I think, are the number one thing that people complain about. So if we can't get there at 100%, where can we get to? And how can we just put that into the agreement so that we're measuring you against something that's realistic?
Yeah, again, I know that Regulation 29, the standard that it says is the 10 horsepower, but it also talks about things like how, for example, native area weed control or native area cleanup for fire prevention, that is an exempt area of Regulation 29. So there are instances where there are exemptions for gas-powered equipment still. And a lot of that is spelled out in the Regulation 29. So I think, again, that's helpful in that way. There are a lot of different scopes of work of things that we do and when we're using the equipment. And for the purposes of the contract and the scope of work that's being done within the contract, and that's, cutting the grass and blowing the clippings and things like that, we're sticking to Regulation 29 all the way on contract. But if there are heavier duty jobs that also meet the exemptions for Regulation 29, and it's a need, we'll try to use the the battery powered equipment first. But when there's the need, that's when it steps up. And so the nice thing about that is there are some exemptions that have been put in place as well and reading those details really is very helpful in defining when you might expect to see gas-powered equipment in use.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thank you.
This contract, is this the final year for the renewal? So we'd be bidding it out next year? First off, thank you, Elena, for the presentation and for just being a great vendor to work with here in town. Really appreciate Vargas's commitment to the town and just the service that you've provided over the years. Just a note for staff, when we go to the point of actually bidding this out, in the ordinary course, one of the, I think, interesting data points would be to the best that we can, survey other communities to see what percentage they're having, electric versus gas powered, just to see if are we ahead of the game? Are we, behind the curve? What's kind of the industry moving towards collectively? Because there's one thing I agree with Neil, we want to set targets that we can hit, but we also want to make sure that we're all hitting targets that are actually, hittable, writ large throughout the front range. So that would just be something to keep in mind when we bid this out. But I don't have any specific questions. I think that when I look at the targets that we're hitting so far, I look at where we were versus where we are, and we're moving in the right direction. And these things take time, and we're not just trying to have an entire fleet of equipment replaced. It's really waiting for the equipment to be developed. But it is moving in the right direction. I mean, think about the world before electric vehicles kind of were adopted. 10 years ago, nobody had an electric vehicle, and now probably a majority of the board members up here have electric vehicles, or at least close to it. I mean, I don't either, but I know Neil does, and Jason does, and Mike, no? Mike? I'm disappointed. Okay.
You got two if that matters.
All right, well, 2 is better than none. Any additional questions? Yeah, Heather?
Go ahead, Jen. Thank you. Just want to compliment Vargas. Not only are you a community partner, but you've invested in this community, especially all in with the Superior Chamber of Commerce. So I appreciate that very much, because I think it goes above and beyond what we do on a business to business day. And then secondly, just want to compliment you on your staff. Your staff is always courtesy forward, courtesy first. You walk by them, you say hello, they greet you, they stop what they're doing. And I think that's compliments to how you run your business. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Trustee Craycraft.
I just wanted to add, kind of to Neil's point in the questions that he was asking, is our residents, they have high expectations, and you guys meet those, and they're very happy. I remember the big demand to make sure that you guys came back, and that was beautiful to watch. Everyone agree on one thing, because they don't usually. But I think I just wanted to clarify, because even I was a little not understanding what he was asking, how you were responding. But if we tell them it's 100 and then they see it like not happening, so I think there's a space for us to learn more and just find a metric that we're being in alignment with what we've told them and what's happening. And I think that's an easy fit. Like, we can fix that. So just thank you. I just want to say thanks for, it's hard to get asked a question of like, do you want to lower the standard? Like, no, of course not, right? But, so I think we'll get there. So thanks.
I just want to piggyback on Trustee Craycraft's comments. I just want to acknowledge all you do for our community outside of the contract, because you are such a good community partner. So if you remember when we were doing the weed cleanups for the fire lots and volunteers were going out and weeding, and some of the Vargas guys just happened to be driving by and stopped and helped load all of it onto their truck, which apparently was quite a load, and hauled it away for free. And so, that's amazing. Helping at events like Winterfest, I know you always have the guys go out and help with those. Providing beautiful poinsettias, not even just here on the dais, which they grow these for anybody in the room who can see them. They're insanely huge. But in the community center, there's beautiful poinsettias everywhere, and I know those were donated. You really go above and beyond. When we had Brightview for the brief moment that we did, I know when I was on walks, I would literally have to like jump out of the way because they would just be tearing by, and you're kind of pulling this tuck and roll maneuver. And then they would blow grass clippings to the point where you couldn't even see the sidewalk, and then it would just be there for a while. Not just a little while, like a long while, like you're trying to find the sidewalk. So your guys just do an amazing job. Anytime I'm walking by, they stop their equipment, and I'm always, trying to run by like, no, like you don't need to stop for me. But they're just so courteous and so kind. And, to Trustee Craycraft's point, you say hi to them and they say hi back. And it just very much feels like you've ingrained yourself in the community. And so, beyond contracts and just the stellar work that you guys do, because you do, I just really appreciate how much you give back to our community above and beyond any contract that you've got with us. So thank you for your partnership.
Thank you so much.
I do want to give an opportunity for anybody in the public who'd like to make public comment on this agenda item. Is there anybody in the public who'd like to make public comment? Renee's chomping at the bit. No? Okay. Anybody on Zoom like to make public comment? All right, seeing none, we'll come back for final thoughts. I'll just say this, that I've been doing this job now for 8 years, and well, not this job, but one of these jobs for 8 years. And I've heard a lot of complaints over the years on pretty much everything. One thing I've never heard a complaint about is Vargas. I've never heard anybody complain about it. That's a testament to just the people that you hire, the culture that you have in your organization, and just the way you do your work. So I'm really appreciative for that, because that's one less thing that I have to worry about hearing complaints about. So thank you for that. Make our job easier.
Thank you. I want to say that my staff are truly a blessing, and they really do care. They all know when the meetings are happening and stuff like that, and it's like a lot of them have been with the contract, since the beginning of the contract. And so we have some experienced team members out there and some great leadership, and I can't take credit for it all. And I thank you so much for acknowledging them.
You're welcome.
I also want to acknowledge the economic stimulus that your crews bring to Superior. Almost every morning I see them at the gas station, grabbing food and water for the day, or occasionally see them at the trucks over at Safeway, grabbing food. So I appreciate that as well. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right, unless there's anything further, I'll entertain a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution number R-63, Series 2024. I'll make a motion.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion from Mayor Lasis, second from Trustee Miller. And let's do a roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lasis,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu,
Yes.
Trustee Cowish,
Yes.
Trustee Miller,
Yes.
Trustee Foster,
Yes.
Trustee Shaw,
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
All right, we're moving right along to item 9, which is consideration of a resolution approving a construction contract with Goodland Construction Incorporated for the original town alley paving project.
Thanks, Mayor. We're moving into our Public Works and Utilities segment of the meeting.
Yeah.
You'll see Brandon the rest of the night.
You can see how exciting Public Works is.
Brandon, can we get you some water or something?
Yeah, yeah.
You'll be up here for a while.
Yeah, that's tuned in. Let's see TV. Well, first of all, good evening, board, and congratulations to the 3 board members that were just elected. Look forward to working with you, Mike and Heather, in your new role. So congratulations. I do want to address a few of the public comments that were made about snow removal. There were a few errors in there. The contractor does have the equipment required for the contract. They also have the equipment to apply wet mag chloride. They did it last year for town, though we don't do it very frequently. Usually it's temperature dependent. And then the delivery we just got for 41,000 was 300 tons of dry mag chloride. So as most of you know, we share the CDOT lot with CDOT, and they don't charge us rent, but we split who orders mag chloride and rotate back and forth in that. And this was our time around. So just want to address those things.
Brandon, can I ask a question? Because the public speaker had asked for a response via email to those questions.
We can respond to them.
Okay, thank you.
They still might come back and ask for a response from the board, but we will respond. In terms of the alley paving, item 9 here. So just a little bit of background. So the original town, we have 12 unpaved alleys currently. Those alleys are made up of asphalt millings about 3 inches in depth. All the alleys were restored after the Marshall fire. A lot of that was FEMA reimbursed, that we did end up spending a little bit more than FEMA reimbursement allowed. As you can see, when you drive through original town with the rebuilds, a lot of folks are using the alleys, I think more than previously. A lot of homes now have garage access and driveway access through the alley. So we are seeing more use than historically we are used to seeing. Well, I can't say that. I wasn't here pre-fire, but it appears from Google Earth and maps that they are more frequently used now. We did survey original town residents to determine if they preferred milled alleys or paved alleys. We heard back from 42, we received 42 responses. 28 said they preferred paved alleys, so about 67%. The other 33 said they preferred them to remain as is. The residents that prefer paved alleys generally stated the milled alleys were not holding up well with the additional traffic and rebuild construction. Garbage trucks use the alleys as well as a lot of construction equipment now with the rebuild activity. Those that preferred the milled alleys said they primarily preferred the rustic look and the original character of original town. So when in the 2014 budget, we included $200,000 for paving 2 alleys. This was based on our estimates. In this packet, staff is recommending paving 3 alleys. The 3 alleys we're recommending to be paved. So we did an evaluation that was shared with the previous board, I think in March of last year. Don't quote me on that date, but we did an analysis of the paved alleys and we looked at active construction permits, upcoming construction permits, and anticipated rebuilds. So we tried to phase out the alleys based on what rebuilds are ongoing and planned. And in doing so, we identified the alleys between 3rd and 4th Avenue south of Coal Creek to be paved first. I don't think they currently have. There might be one rebuild active on those, but there's a lot of vacant lots that will be built out too. So we would like to get ahead of that. We have found that some of the driveways that are going in are at different grades, and we're going to have to make some adjustments on private property to tie some of those in to the new alleys once they are paved. The 3rd alley we're proposing wasn't initially identified to be first, but it's the alley between 1st and 2nd Avenue just south of West William Street, where the 1st Avenue parking improvements are proposed with the Coal Creek Ped Bridge. So we do anticipate maybe a few more cars using that alley once the parking improvements are made with parallel parking. That's why we're proposing to pave that alley now. We did bid this project out in August/September. We received 4 complete bids. The lower bidder was Goodland Construction with a base bid of $252,000. So to be clear, that includes the alleys between 3rd and 4th Avenue, those 2 alleys. The alternate bid item is the final alley over here that connects to 1st Avenue. That bid pricing, as you can see, if you kind of run the numbers, is a little bit higher, and it's just got a little bit more linear feet with the tie-in to the 1st Avenue paving. It's also a little bit more complicated because we're technically part of that alley's in the floodplain, so we can't raise it. So we have to either lower it or remain existing grades. Otherwise, we have to get a FEMA permit. So we were successful in designing it so it wouldn't be raised. So based on the bids received, well, I'll talk a little bit about the funding piece of it. So when we did the 2025 budget, we did estimate 2024 cost for the Street Improvement Cost Center. That's $42,436,604. At the time, the 2 projects being completed in 2024 were Rock Creek Parkway reconstruction and this alley project were the 2 that were budgeted. We did find that the Rock Creek Parkway project came in under budget. So we're recommending, the alley paving was only budgeted at $200,000, and we are recommending award of $392 with the alternate. Reason is that Rock Creek Parkway came in under budget, so we can still complete both of these projects and remain under the $3.9 million we estimated in the 2024 expenses when we did the 2025 budget process. If the full amount is approved by the board, once Rock Creek Parkway is finished, we estimate we'll be at $3.65 million with these 2 projects. Any funds we don't use, if the board decides to approve a lower dollar amount or not do the alternate or take away some of the paving, those funds do roll into the 2025 CIP budget and can be used for other projects. Goodland Construction was the low bidder. They completed several projects throughout town and have done concrete improvement projects in downtown Superior, as well as in Sagamore, in the park projects. They also have done a few patches for us when we had utility main breaks recently and have had good success with their concrete work. So I'll open it up to any questions or comments.
Thanks, Brandon. Questions from the board?
So Brandon, appreciate you responding to my blizzard of emails on like the 19 things you have on the agenda tonight. So like we said, it's the Brandon show from here on out. No, I appreciate everything with respect to the budget because I was very confused and you kind of went through it. But as we think about the fact that the Q3 financials had that budget, 3.92, right? So we look like we're going to come in at 365. So arguably you could say there's extra 300K, including, that's inclusive of doing these 3 alleys. Why not spend those other 300K on the other alleys or just focus on the 2 alleys that we had committed to within the budget and leave the other ones for later? Because to me, it just sort of seems like you threw this 3rd one in there because we have the bridge project going on and there's no, sort of quantitative, ranking of this alley versus the other, other ones. And why did this 3rd alley get prioritized over the others since there's effectively extra cash?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great point. So we could pave, there's not a right or wrong answer here in terms of what staff recommends in paving the alleys. The 2025 budget, as approved, did not include any alley paving, as you all know. I also don't believe the 2026 did either, but I have to confirm. I think it's 2027 was when we brought it back. Now that the sales tax ballot measure passed, I know we'll be talking about that at the work session. They could be expedited. So, I mean, staff wouldn't be opposed if the board wanted to keep it at 2 alleys, not do the 3rd. If we wanted to do a 4th alley, we would need to start design on that. I can say that I've heard from a lot of residents on 5th Avenue. Well, there's not a lot of residents on 5th Avenue, but the couple that do border 5th Avenue about paving that road, and they may have emailed the board. I know they said they were. So there's a lot of residents that'd like to see that street paved. I would recommend if we do pave those alleys as well as West William and Charles, we do so when we do 5th Avenue. It just makes the tie-ins and connections easier when we pave those. If the board were going to take away one of the alley pavings and move that money to other capital projects, my recommendation would still be to do the one between 1st and 2nd that would connect to the Ped Bridge, just because it kind of makes sense to tile that in with the Ped Bridge work. If not, we can make it work later. I will add that we did get a price from Narano, who is the selected contractor from Mile High to do the pedestrian bridge. If approved by the board in January, that project hasn't been approved yet. We're bringing it back to the board in January, but Mile High selected Narano as the contractor. So we reached out to them to get a concrete paving price, and they were higher than Goodland. So we would still recommend award that to Goodland if you do decide to pave that. Sorry. I think I addressed your question, but,
You
but I didn't
did.
give a direct answer.
Yeah, no, and I didn't give you a good
Boards.
question. I mean, I think you've got 3 alleys in here for, $400K. You could argue there's an extra $300K available in the budget for 2024. Why are we not deploying that, towards the alleyway projects? I mean, the board can obviously deviate from the budget in 2025. Whether or not we want to is a different discussion for, this board. The previous board approved the 25 budget with no future alleyway projects. And I think the sort of the mantra in here is people prefer paved alleys because, especially with all the construction going on, why would we not try to capitalize on some of these when we have? I mean, because Rock Creek came in below budget, which is fantastic, right? I mean, let's start with that. I should have started with that. The fact that it came in below budget, given the scope of work that we were talking about, the timeline that we had in there, I think is phenomenal, right? So we got extra money. Do we save it or do we just go ahead and try to spend it? So I was a little surprised, and I get it. I think everyone expected Rock Creek to probably come in a little higher than it did. So the extra $300K that we're seeing here, you didn't know about in August.
Yeah.
And I guess what I hadn't really contemplated, like if we wanted to green light another alley, you've got more work to do. Like you couldn't just tell Goodland to go do this. We got some engineering work to do as well. Okay.
Yeah, the existing alleys are crowned with the swells, so crown swells on the side. The alleys that are being designed due to the existing grades are going to be sloped one direction and drain one way. So we are able to make that work, but we do have to design each alley. We can't just pave it as is. And when we do pave them, we're removing about 24 inches of earth. So we're replacing the subgrade, reusing what we can, and then putting concrete on top of it. But if the board gave us direction to do another alley, we could expedite and try to fit in as part of this contract. I will say that the winter is not the best time to be doing concrete work. Requires blankets, things like that. So we may see some additional cost if we award an alley in the winter. We've negotiated that with Goodland with the current award, but that's just something to keep in mind.
Okay. Now, and I think I'm okay with, well, I'm not sure where I'm at right now because, if you're to rank order these, you sort of said first and second alley and then one of the other two. Yeah. Is kind of how you, right? Okay, gotcha. All right, that's it for me for right now.
I know you mentioned it all grading toward one side for drainage, and I know there's been some issues with drainage in the alleys in Original Town, so I'm assuming it would be designed in a way that it's not sloping water into people's properties.
Absolutely. So there's unfortunately no stormwater system in most of Original Town. So ideally when you do these alleys, you put catch basins in the middle, you capture the water, you connect it to the stormwater system, but we don't have a stormwater system in Original Town. So what we're going to do is put in a curb system, kind of like you see in Rock Creek with the curb. So it won't be a vertical curb, it'll be a rolled curb that will still allow you driveway access. But basically, water will catch in the alley, drain to the rolled curb, and then drain to the street, whether it be 3rd Avenue, 4th Avenue, et cetera. So it won't drain on the private property from that perspective. Currently, they're designed with a swell, but those swells aren't holding up just due to their millings and clay. So a lot of equipment, they drive over and we have to restore them, but the concrete will drain much better.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Got a question since I'm new. Can you just, and it sounds like a lot of this was discussed as part of the 2025 budget. So could you just very briefly kind of explain how you prioritize these alleyways in the context of the budget and, moving forward, how those will get prioritized?
Yeah, and we'll update the memo, especially as we look in going to the work session. So I'll take that action ahead of the memo meeting. But we had 12 alleys. We really looked at current, ongoing, upcoming rebuild activity. So if an alley was fully built out, we may not make that the top priority because we want to beat some of the development. Because what we found in one of the alleys on between 3rd and 4th is someone's poured a concrete driveway, and we're going to have to actually tear out and replace part of that concrete driveway for grading purposes. Now that we have these alley plans, we share them with the folks that are getting permits. We have 2 active permits in this area. So we've given them the alley plans and say, hey, you need to design your driveway to connect to this to get ahead of it. So the thought process there is if we can get in there before the rebuild activity, we won't have these tie-in issues where the town's having to rework them. They can connect exactly to what's been put in. So really we looked at those that have vacant lots that could be built in the near future and tried to prioritize those.
Brian, what are we doing about the 2nd, 3rd, 4th avenues? Because, we are using, flow pans to take the water out of the alleys on one side. It looks like the south side of every alley. But the streets don't have curb and gutter on either side or flow plans. It's just a crown road and it just goes off to gravel or dirt onto people's property. What are we doing to make sure that we're not putting excess water onto someone's property as it's trying to flow towards the creek?
So I think most of the roads in original town now have like a little bit of a concrete pan, and some of them, not all of them have concrete. I think there's some with millings that kind of keep the water from going onto private property. So we're going to maintain that same drainage pattern that's there now. There will be some additional water coming from the alleys, but it won't equal what currently comes down those roads from the asphalt itself. It's much wider. So we might be seeing a 15-20% addition in the water flow. But it's currently designed to get to that street already. It just, as these alleys have wear and tear, that drainage structure is failing. So I wouldn't anticipate a lot of additional water because they're currently designed as such, but this will make sure the water gets to those 2nd, 3rd Avenue. But your point's valid, Jason. I mean, that's something we have to look at original town with 2nd, 3rd, 4th, those existing roads.
Yeah, I'm just trying to game plan for the future. Once we start investing money on these things, we kind of set ourselves into a trajectory where we can't really walk back and go in a different direction. Original town doesn't have culverts or subsurface drainage, so we really have to rely on everything being on the surface. And I just want to make sure that if we start going towards a future in original town where we start utilizing sidewalks, that is going to impact the drainage system because we really don't have sidewalks. And there's a great number of families that have little children now who are walking in the roads, and they'd much, much rather have sidewalks or better lighting or some ability to be able to traverse rather than sharing the street with the cars. So as we move forward, I want to make sure that we're going to be very, very, sensitive to the needs, because once we start going subsurface, that's very, very expensive, right? So what we want to do is try to keep it on the surface. So I am in favor of this. I do like it. The one thing that's kind of sticking in the back of my mind is I feel like we're kind of switching things up a little bit on the residents, because we talked before about doing 5th Avenue and paving that. And there's a section of Charles between 4th and 5th, which it just ends and it just goes to gravel. There is a lot of construction going on that is utilizing the alleys. How much of it are we going to be impacting the new construction of the alleys that could be damaged, or the longevity of it could be harmed in the future if new construction is constantly being used in the alleys, versus maybe pulling 1 or 2 of these alleys off and focusing on maybe paving 5th Avenue?
So just to address, so we did, when we were budgeting for 5th Avenue, we estimated it's going to be about $1.25 million to do 5th Avenue. That would also include paving the remainder of West William Street and Charles Street that's unpaved currently. And we were also hoping to pave the 2 alleys between 4th and 5th when we do 5th Avenue. So that's going to be about 1.25, 1.3 million is staff's estimate. So about 3 times what this project is if approved. So we can't just move these funds and do 5th Avenue and finish it. To answer your question about the rebuild, so the concrete's going to hold up much better than the millings do. I mean, we saw with Rogers Farm, the downtown alleys, they're all paved and you see rebuild activity happening, major construction. The concrete shouldn't be an issue. If a rebuild activity does damage the concrete, like we've seen in a lot of rebuild activities, we work with the homeowner and they have to repair that section, or the contractor has to repair that section that is damaged. Same thing with downtown Superior and Rogers Farm. We take videos before and after. If a builder damages it, they have to fix it. But the concrete, it's much harder to damage concrete.
Absolutely. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Couple questions and comments. First off, thank you, Brandon, for as usual, a very professional presentation and recommendation on this. One thing I'd like to see, I feel like I've seen it before in the past, but just what staff's schedule is for doing all the alleys, and obviously it's dependent upon future decisions for the board, but I periodically get questions from people that live in original town on a particular alley, and they're, when's my alley going to get paved? So I did hear from some folks who live adjacent, in between 3rd and 4th with West Maple, and I know there's a lot of work being done over there, but there's definitely a desire to have that be paved. So just keep that in mind. One question that I had just in terms of the selection of concrete. So, we've been talking about that the alleys currently are asphalt millings, and then we're looking at concrete, but and I'm not an engineer here, but correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a middle ground between concrete and asphalt millings, and that's just due to like an asphalt roadway surface, right? Is there a reason why that's not a potential option here? And if not, why not? How much would it save versus going concrete? Because I'm assuming concrete is going to be way more expensive than doing just an asphalt road surface.
Concrete is a little bit more expensive. I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but I'd say off the top of my head, probably 20% more expensive. We did look at the possibility of doing asphalt. The concern we had was the vehicles we do see using the alleys. So we see garbage trucks using the alleys, for example. Well, garbage trucks are very heavy loads, and you have those turn radiuses, and asphalt can rut, especially in summer months, from those heavy loads. I mean, you drive Indiana, you remember the fire trucks, what they did to Indiana Street, making that turn into the fire station. So that was the major concern we had with asphalt going in the alleys, was that heavy equipment. Concrete does hold up better long-term than asphalt. We don't see the freeze thaw issues we typically see on asphalt. But the heavy loads was the major issue when looking at it. So we did evaluate asphalt, but that's why we ultimately went with concrete.
Okay, that makes sense. All right.
The other thing is when you have when you have an asphalt concrete connection, you can get failures on asphalt there. So that was another concern with the driveways tying into the asphalt. That had to be done the right way. Otherwise, you could have some cracking in private driveways and the asphalt if just from that connection if it's not done properly. But that was secondary to the roadies.
Another question.
Sorry, Mark, we will update. I know we sent a memo out in March. I'll update it and reprioritize the alleys based on current rebuilds and throughout some years too before our work session meeting.
Yeah, because that would be also just helpful for communications with the public, just to set expectations.
Yep, we'll update that.
With the concrete work being done, are we incorporating fly ash into that concrete as a way of reducing our carbon footprint?
Yep. All of the concrete the town puts in is fly ash treated. Yep.
And then are there any stormwater regulations that we need to meet with, since we're now creating a hard surface?
We are under the acre requirement to get a permit from the state. We do have a town permit that will still be required for erosion control purposes, and the plans show erosion control devices, inlet protection, silt fence going in, so we'll make sure we control all erosion.
And since millings are, I would call them semi-permeable, are we working to try to mitigate stormwater runoff into local creeks and waterways through bioswales or any of those techniques?
Not currently as part of this project. Millings, I consider millings pervious as well. When you look at the pervious, they aren't really considered pervious from a stormwater runoff standpoint, so there's not much of an impact theoretically from runoff when you factor those two things in, but this project doesn't include any type of bioswales or anything.
Thank you. All right, any additional questions from the board? All right, I'd like to open it up for public comment on this item. Anybody like to give public comment here in the boardroom or via Zoom, use the raise hand feature. Seeing none in the boardroom and none on Zoom, I will return it to the board for discussion and a motion.
I'll offer my thoughts real quick fast. So I'm actually super appreciative that we came in under budget on Rock Creek Parkway. The issue is when you do come in under budget, what do you do with those leftover funds? Do you roll them into the next project, or you just make the current project bigger? And I appreciate everything that Brandon's doing, but I'd rather stick to what was approved in the 24 budget, which was 2 alleys for $200K, not 400,000 for alleys. I do recognize that there's a lot of alleys that need to get done, and if we don't have a way to get more done, let's focus on what we approved and then find a way to do the others over time. So given Brandon's prioritization, I'd be happy to do the alternate bid one, which is the south of William Street, and then one of the others, which still pushes us over the 200K that was in the budget. I'm cognizant of the fact that money saved in one spot just doesn't mean you can spend more money on the next project. We got to go through the rank order process to do that, and there's probably things that we cut from the budget for 24 that may have had a higher priority than this alley, right? And that's the part that I always struggle with budgeting and how you factor in where you're at today. And we got 4 weeks left in the year, right? So it's really hard. And arguably this would have been easier to do back in August or June. So I'm kind of coming out to, hey, we've got a finite amount of cash. I'd rather take the extra cash, send it into 2025, give us a little more additional cash for things like Rock Creek Parkway or the other things that we've committed to doing, rather than another alley, because we already have I've got 3 other emails from people who came out to me directly, like, why this alley and not this one, right? And that's part of the, because we didn't go through a robust process of prioritizing one over the other. That's where I come out.
I would agree with those comments, and for me, it's really helpful. I'm a visual person, so it's helpful for me to see what the priority alleys are. So having that list at the work session would be really enlightening for me. And from my perspective, I would like us to then budget off of those priorities so we can be really clear to the residents of, hey, this is the timeline for when you can expect to have your alleyway paved. But thank you.
I have a little different perspective. I'm in favor of moving forward with the 3 alleys that are proposed tonight with the alternate. I look at it like I'm committed to getting all the alleys repaved in Original Town. I think that that's needed and desired, and I like to do it as quickly as possible. Obviously, Original Town's been through, well, not just Original Town, but Original Town has been through a lot with the fire recovery and with the rebuild ongoing. The sooner we can kind of tick off all of the boxes on the list of things to do. We buried the utility lines. People are rebuilding, finishing, Fifth Ave, things like that to just kind of complete Original Town. It would be really nice to get to a point where Original Town is no longer under construction and it's just back to normal. And I think that, this is the sort of thing that is an important piece of that puzzle. And I think that the sooner that we complete all the alleys, the sooner Original Town gets completed. I think it's smart for us to do it in a staged way, so we're not putting in something that's going to interfere with somebody's rebuild or get torn up because of all the heavy activity. But as soon as we know that, okay, this block looks like it's pretty complete, let's move forward and finish those alleys. I think that makes a lot of sense. So I'm in favor of moving forward with what's on the agenda tonight.
I agree with everything he just said.
I too am going to look forward to the prioritization as the other rookie on this table here. But I appreciate your knowledge, your hard work, and your communicating that to us both on paper and in person, and do agree that moving forward with the combination would be the right way to go at this time.
I agree. I see what you're saying, Neil, and I was going to go that way. And then hearing Mark, I really feel like for me, it just gets more expensive the more we wait on things. And obviously the equipment will already be there. So I would rather, even though it is moving money from a project that had money left over, I'd rather do it now while, the rebuilds, you can stage that and in a way that people aren't having to rip it up and it's planned for already, and sooner rather than later, because the longer we wait on any of these roadway projects, they get more and more and more expensive. So I'd rather try to take advantage of some cost savings now than putting it off and having it be more expensive in the future. So I would be comfortable moving forward with the way it's presented.
I kind of go back and forth still. I definitely see Neil's point, and I do agree with it to a large extent. We're not doing all the alleys. We're doing a small swath through it. We talk about paving Fifth Avenue, and if we keep saying we're going to keep pushing Fifth Avenue off, those prices are going to keep going up and up and up. And if it's the $1 million a mile and we only have, 700 feet on Fifth Ave, we're never going to do it. It's going to be something that we're always going to be coming back to and telling the people on Charles and Williams on that section, hey, we'll get to it eventually, and it just won't happen. I spend pretty much all my days now in Original Town building a house, so I see a lot of things that go on. Garbage days, the garbage trucks do not use the alleys, they use the streets. So are we looking at, if we build it, they will come? If we do a concrete alley, will they use the alleys? I mean, I don't know. Or is it going to be a situation where they're going to continue to be using the surface streets? Maple, like you said, Mark, definitely needs to be paved because those people actually use that as their street. There's no other access to the houses being built on Maple, but we're not doing that. I do like the idea of doing the one with Grasso Park because I think it's very, very important we get that to a situation where we're rectifying that once, we come to visit the Grasso Park. I don't want to call it an issue, but the Grasso Park presentation next month in January. Yeah, I don't know. I like it, but I don't know if I like it enough. I do like Neil's point. If we've got money, let's put it back somewhere else where we can use it rather than putting it piecemeal here. We're not really doing it everything we need for Old Town. Brandon, I think you've done a fantastic job with this. I know you and I have had conversations about this going back to the Transportation and Safety Committee, the presentations. Yes, it needs to be done. It'd be great if it could get done wholesale, but again, in the back of my mind, Fifth Avenue, we keep looking at that as something we keep promising the residents we're going to do when we don't do it. So I'm not excited to be leaving that on the back burner while we only do a few alleys. So I'm kind of conflicted on this one.
On the Fifth Avenue is one of the projects that we'll be talking about at the work session to see if the board wants to prioritize as far as the bond funding goes.
Yeah, and if it seems like the board's kind of split, so I'll just offer a few things. So we are seeing inflation come down. I mean, the two contracts we renewed, the direct discharge wastewater plant and the snow removal, I think we're about 1.6 to 2.4% CPI indexes. So we are starting to see that slowly taper off. We are going to have a concrete project coming up next year where we're doing concrete restoration throughout Rock Creek and town where we have concrete failures. They're patch repairs, so we could lump in some alley paving with that to get cost shares. And I know we are meeting with the board December 16th. So if the board does decide to do two now and some next year, I mean, I don't know that we'd see a large cost increase just if we wait till 2025. Again, staff will do whatever the board ultimately wants for two or three.
Hearing that, I'd be comfortable waiting then. If you don't think it's going to be more expensive if we wait, then I'd be fine having a more robust discussion and prioritizing.
So the proposal that's before us right now, though, is it incorporates the blankets, right? So we would be doing this work over the coming months?
Yeah, we're going to sit down with the contractor. So we've told them we originally planned to bring this to board in October. Some things pushed it back, so we got caught up here in the winter a little bit. So if approved, we'll have immediately meeting with them. So we told them we're a little bit flexible on schedule, but once we start an alley, we want to finish it. So we want to get in and get out. But if we need to do one and come do the other one a little bit later to avoid some winter weather, we can do that. Once they get started, they think they can finish an alley pretty quickly, 7 to 10 days. So, I mean, we got a good forecast coming up the next 7 or 10 days, so we could probably fit one in, but we try to work with them and fit it in as weather allows this winter. We don't want to tear it up and then go 2 weeks and have a foot of snow and we can't touch it. So that's something we've already talked to the contractor, and they said they can work with us on from that perspective.
And our recommendation still remains that we do all three. Through our discussions and analysis, that's what we think is best.
Yeah, but we'll do whichever one the board ultimately decides.
Brandon, I just want to go back a little bit. We're using concrete for these alleys, but we're not using subsurface drainage towards the center line, which is typical of the placement of concrete in an alley. Is there a number for using asphalt? If we're just going to slope it to drain to a pan on the side, that's really no different from a surface street. Do you have a number?
Well, the thing is, we would need to do a concrete border on the alley for drainage purposes. You don't want to do an asphalt swell; they just don't hold up.
Yeah, you want a flow pan. Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to do a concrete flow plan anyway, and that's part of what drove it. And again, it's the loading of the garbage trucks. It's just they're going to be turning off of 2nd Avenue onto the alley and then right back off the alley. And when you get that turning radius with heavy equipment, that's where you have asphalt rutting. So that's really why we ultimately ended up on concrete.
Can you guarantee me they're going to use the alley?
No, because we're going to have a new trash service provider starting in April.
Yeah, I think that's probably a bigger conversation with residents because I think they prefer to take it to the alley just with the garages.
Oh, I'm sure they would, yeah. I mean, it makes a lot more sense.
I think the trash company will do wherever you put them, ultimately.
Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah.
I think the easiest thing is probably just vote on the resolution we have, which is all 3 alleys. See where we stand.
We could do that, and then we can still have the discussion next Monday about what the path is moving forward for the other 9.
Yeah.
Right, there's 12 alleys.
Yep.
That need to be paved. So, all All right, I'll make a motion to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-62, Series 2024, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the construction contract with Goodland Construction Incorporated for the original Town Alley paving project.
Second.
We're going to motion from Mayor Lasis and a second from Trustee Shah. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Shaw?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
No.
Trustee Miller?
No.
Trustee Cowish?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
No.
Trustee Craycraft?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes. All right, it fails 3-4. Do we want to have a revised motion with a revised proposal?
Yeah, so revise a proposal to focus on south of William Street between First and Second Ave, and then, you know, one of the other two alleys, so subject to a maximum of like 225,000, or, you know, one of the, basically two alleys, dealer's choice. Can you write that in a resolution?
Well, wouldn't it make sense staging wise, if they're going to do the one between First and Second, they'll do the next one subsequently closer up rather than do it?
Well, we just
across?
don't have the design for, we would pick one of the ones between Third and Fourth. So if the board said to do two alleys, we would look at the current building activities and pick the one that's going to have the least impact and where we have the most active permits coming up between the two on Third and Fourth. So I don't have that answer in my head, but that's what I would do.
Okay.
I think the cost between those two are going to be exactly the same. The footage is the same. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
that'd
very
be like
close.
$125K a piece.
Yeah.
All right,
I'll second.
What's your motion?
Yeah, I move to approve Resolution R-62, Series 2024. Resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving the construction contract with Goodland Construction for the original Town Alley Paveway project as amended to include South William Street as well as one of the two alleys between Third and Fourth Ave. You know, so subject to a maximum of approximately $270,000.
I'll second.
All right, we've got a motion from Trustee Shah and a second from Trustee Foster. Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
No.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Cowish?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
No. And passes 5-2. There you go. All right.
Starting off not unanimous. That's great.
Unanimous. Yeah. Okay, we're done with item 9, and we are going to take a 5-minute recess, and we'll be back at 8:25.
For all we have on here, so yeah.
Actually, no, we're right on schedule. Number 10 is set for 8:20.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
The alleys?
Yeah.
All right, we are back, and we're moving on to item 10, which is consideration of a resolution approving the Rock Creek Parkway Coal Creek Drive Roundabout Design Award.
Yeah, and I'm going to take a break. Christine Katz, our civil engineer, is going to lead the PowerPoint presentation with the contract with, proposed contract with Kinley Horn.
Hi, everyone.
Hi.
So like Brandon said, I'm Christine, and I'm the town civil engineer. And we're going to be talking about a Rock Creek Parkway Improvements Project. This was originally planned for a few years from now, and we're going to discuss if we can move it up to right now. So we have two, so we're looking at the section between Indiana and the roundabout at 88th. So we stopped this year's project at Indiana, so this would just be the continuation on Rock Creek Parkway of that. So for the road repair portion of that project, we have two options. We could do a deep mill and overlay. We estimate that construction cost to be about $2.25 million for that section. That includes milling 4 inches of asphalt. The road base would remain the same, and we would place an intermediate and then a 1.5 inch top lift, which is standard. And this would extend the lifespan of that road by about 12 to 15 plus years. And this cost estimate is based on the moving of the curb and gutter for those right turn lane removals. And we wouldn't expect major median impacts, just with a mill and overlay, and minor drainage impacts, because we wouldn't really be changing the elevation of any streets, anything like that. And our landscaping aesthetics in the right turn removal lanes would be similar to what we had done before with that rock, the stamped concrete and rock. The other option is reconstruction. Our cost estimate is about $4 million for a full reconstruction of the road. That which is what we did on the previous portion this year. That includes removing all 9 inches of the asphalt. We would treat the road base with fly ash to harden and prevent that soil swell that we see here in Superior. So then that would include a whole new bottom lift, intermediate, and top lift for a completely new road. That creates a new lifespan of about 25 to 30 years, hopefully plus years. And that cost estimate again is with the moving of the curb and gutter for the removal of those 3 right turn lanes that we already have blocked off. With the full removal of the road, we would expect some more median impacts / possibility to rebuild the medians and possible drainage impacts that could occur from rebuilding the road. And again, the same style of landscaping and aesthetics for that cost estimate.
Before you leave that slide, just a recap, because I think it's the issue across all our roads, right? Richmond built them, and built them the way that we did. So when we did Colton from Indiana to Rock Creek Circle, when we did 88th Street, both of those were full reconstructions, right?
Yes.
Right, and then the last chunk of Colton, well, the other piece between Indiana and the traffic circle was also a full reconstruction. And that's the one we just did last 2023. So, and where I'm going is it feels like, everything we've had to do has been a full reconstruction. And I get there's a cash savings, which I think is amazing. But what's the risk that we go down the path of just a deep mill and overlay, and we start tearing up asphalt? It's like, well, we really should have done reconstruction, because that's what all the other roads have needed.
The one exception to the full rebuild and reconstruct was McCaslin Boulevard. So a mill and overlay was done on McCaslin, and you can see some signs of that. So we've seen some breakthrough cracking along McCaslin that we haven't seen on some of the other roads that have been rebuilt. So that's one of the major issues. If we don't replace the subgrade, then you can see asphalt cracking occur sooner. Obviously, rebuild is going to give you the longer lifespan, as Christine indicated. If you don't do the rebuild, the mill and overlay, that's where you're going to see the cracking come up sooner. So the rehabilitation you do to treat that will happen sooner than it will be with a reconstruction. Rock Creek Parkway is in bad shape, but that road's also almost 30 years old. So while it wasn't done on the proper subgrade, it almost lasted 30 years, maybe 25, maybe 24, maybe 22. It's obviously past its useful life now. But it's done better than you would think it would have done than I would have thought it would have done, knowing what it was built under.
One could argue that the traffic volume on Rock Creek Parkway is a fraction of the other roadways. Just, Colton and 88th Street see 10x the traffic. Okay, thank you. I just I couldn't quite remember what all we did overlays or mill and overlays versus reconstruction. And it felt like since I've been here, everything ends up being a reconstruction because Richmond just, didn't do a great job.
Yeah, for the most part, everything over the
Has
last
been.
15 years has been reconstruction.
Okay.
Yeah, and you'll see, I think it's the next slide, we look at the PCI scores, and you'll see that between Coal Creek Drive and South 88th and Indiana and Coal Creek Drive, we have much higher PCI score with the same longevity of road as what you would see from McCaslin to Wiggins. So maybe the soil just doesn't swell as much in that location, you just don't know. So it is possible that we could get away with a deep mill and overlay, but I think it's definitely worth looking into the two options because they do have quite a difference in price. So during the Rock Creek Parkway repurposing study that we did for the 2024 project, we found that there was a need to look into additional traffic control at the Coal Creek Drive, Rock Creek Parkway intersection. And looking at that, we saw a peak hour level of service, the existing from 2023 data when the study was done. We get level service C movements to when you're going southbound on Coal Creek Drive, turning left and going through that intersection. So when they estimated into 2035 and modeled it, if there was no modifications to this intersection, we would see anywhere from A through D, depending on time of day. So C level movements would be northbound on Coal Creek Drive to turn left and go through, and southbound on Coal Creek Drive to turn left and go through that intersection. So basically crossing Rock Creek Parkway is just more difficult during peak hours. Just really quick, level of service C means that you're at a stable flow. It's what a lot of people design for in an urban setting. There's no loss of speed, and level of service of D, you're starting to approach that unstable flow. You might see a little bit decrease in speed with higher traffic volumes. So we'd like to look at three options as part of a public outreach. We'd like to look at installing a traffic signal. We estimated the cost to be about $1 million for construction. Town staff actually explored this idea in 2018 and 2019 and decided not to move forward. But I do think it would be interesting to present this to the public as an option. This option does have a higher operations and maintenance cost, having poles and lights. And so the other option is install a one-lane roundabout. That has a higher initial cost of about $2 million for construction. And we've had a feasibility analysis done by Fox Tuttle. And I'll show you a picture of what they came up with on the next page. This contract that we've brought to you today for approval would have Kimley Horn develop a 30% design for that so that we could bring it to the public for public review and comment. This would be a lower operations and maintenance cost despite the higher initial cost. The third option is, of course, to leave it as is. This contract would, like I said before, have Kimley Horn and staff present a 30% design of the one-lane roundabout, the design we already have for the traffic signal, and get public comment and review on that.
I'm not sure if you have this answer now or not, so it's fine if you don't, but when you talk about a lower maintenance cost for the traffic circle versus the light, do we have a rough estimate of what the difference is, just so we can kind of compare? Obviously, the roundabout would cost more initially, but I'm curious how much we'd be saving on maintenance and operational costs for a roundabout versus a light over time.
I do not have that answer.
No worries.
Brian.
Yeah, we can pull some of those numbers too. We can look at our annual maintenance costs we spend for traffic signal maintenance and provide those numbers. I would say it's tens of thousands of a year. And it depends on the issues. I mean, like we had a lightning strike at Colton and Rock Creek that knocked the cabinet completely out. So it's about $90,000 that year. Those things happen, but we can get some pricing for that.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So just a couple of things about the roundabout and why it was suggested during the traffic study. It would address some operational and safety concerns. So it would reduce delays for vehicles turning onto Rock Creek Parkway from Coal Creek Drive. During peak periods, it would mitigate traffic speeds along Rock Creek Parkway because it would be a one-lane roundabout. And then along with, caused by the slower traffic speeds would be safer pedestrian crossings and safer multimodal movement along Rock Creek Parkway. When we looked at a single lane roundabout, we have minimal right-of-way impacts, so we could fit it within our intersection, which is great. The level of service when we looked at a roundabout would be, if we had it now with our driving data, it would be level of service A for all hours. When we project out to 2035, we'd be looking at level of service B or better, and we'd really only have Rock Creek Parkway westbound, that would be level of service B. Everything else will be A, which would be moving people through.
Christine, when you guys come back, it'd be good to revisit the assumptions for this 2035 number, because we're not building any new homes in any of this area. Maybe Zaharias gets developed, but I'm not convinced that there's a material change in the traffic flow today versus 15 years from now, unless we're doing like some massive redevelopment in Rock Creek. So whatever was used for those traffic forecasts, let's just make sure to bring that back.
Sure. I believe the big change between the 2023 data and the 2035 projected included downtown development and Rogers Farm and that kind of all that new development.
Which totally makes sense. None of that traffic goes through this circle today, or this intersection. Like, it shouldn't, right?
Yeah, Retail Ridge is probably the biggest one in Louisville, if that moves forward.
Red Tail, okay.
Yeah, Red Tail Ridge, sorry.
Yeah.
That's the biggest one. And then also Dr. Cog has some general assumptions you make for future growth patterns. So you're right, there are conservative numbers. Like you generally assume a 2% growth per year, but Rock Creek's not expanding.
No.
But we can dive into that detail as part of the study with Kimley Horn. But Red Tail Ridge is the biggest development that could impact this.
Yeah, and that's totally fair, but I think it'd be interesting to kind of overlay it with what BVSD is doing with their population forecast, and the SES looks like it's going to close within the next 15 years. So if, we can't sort of say we're going to see a net increase of traffic while the school is struggling to attract students in the same sort of time forecast. So I just want to make sure that, when we talk about forecasted decrease in service, that the assumptions that underpin this ramp up in growth are grounded in reality.
Sure, that's a good point, and we can definitely look at that during the preliminary studies. So you can see here in this picture, we looked at a one-lane roundabout, and this is very, very preliminary. It's basically just to see if it'll fit. So you can see we ramp down into one lane, entering, and then exiting, we get back out into 2 lanes. We have part of the discussion with Kimley Horn will be, do we make 88th Street roundabout a one lane as well? We'll look at that option too, just because that transition period is pretty short between 88th and Coal Creek Drive. So we have some other things to look at. You can see the blue circle. I don't know if you guys can see, it's pretty light, but there's a blue circle up there. That would be the diameter for a double lane roundabout, just for comparison. And you can see we would be entering town right of way. Will be the dangers of entering town right of way is you might just encounter more utilities, just increases cost anytime you enter town right of way. So we'll be mainly focusing on a one lane roundabout for public comment.
Can you tell, oh, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because I didn't see it here, maybe this is part of the design phase, but it says transition bikes back to roadway. Where do they transition out and where do they go?
So I'm not an avid backer. I'm sure we have some on the board. Roundabouts aren't great for bikes because they generally are supposed to exit the roundabout beforehand. So if you drive down toward 88th Street roundabout, you'll see an exit point for the bikes to exit the road and get on the concrete. So that's what that's referring to. Most bikes stay in the road from a use standpoint. So if we did reconfigure 88th as part of this project, we could look at options to keep bikes in that extra pavement that's there. But for a single lane roundabout, you do transition them out of the pavement onto the multi-use path. Same thing we do at Colton and McCaslin, so that's what that's referring to.
Okay, thank you.
And while you're there, Brandon, on the one lane roundabout, is that a physical limitation? So the lane is whatever, 8, 10, 12 feet wide, or is it striped for one lane?
It will be physically one lane, very similar to Colton McCaslin. I mean, Colton McCaslin's 12 years old now, 10 years. It's older, but it'd be like that, but a newer design, so it'd be similar to that roundabout.
And in the event of an emergency, how is egress factored in so it doesn't become a bottleneck?
Yeah, I mean, so there's different situations there. So an emergency, meaning that we have to do a repair, can be problematic. So we would have to possibly shut down a section. Like if we had a water main
Sorry,
break.
emergency, I was thinking another.
Yeah, I was going to address
fire
both.
event, yeah.
But if we have another event by the Marshall Fire, our infrastructure is not sufficient to move cars out without, I mean, 36, Colton, they become the limiting factors for a situation like that. I mean, what we've seen with the traffic volumes on Rock Creek, even with the restriping, they're very, very low for that roadway. I mean, that roadway is over-designed as 2 lanes, and I know that was a big decision for the board last year. And I'm not second-guessing that decision, but I think we all in the room know that if we were building that road today, it would not be 4 lanes. But for an emergency situation, I mean, you can look at options where you can drive over the median, but the real factor in emergency situations is getting people through those signalized intersections, because that's where you have the bottlenecks. I wasn't here for the Marshall Fire, but reading the report which I read, it was the Colton Road to 36, it was the 36 interchange. Those were the real bottlenecks that prevented anyone from moving in town, period. But for emergency situations, I've talked to our crews, so they've done night work at Colton and McCaslin, so if we have to take a lane down, they can do that and shift over. They try to do it at night to limit the impacts. It is more challenging on a single lane roundabout, but it's doable. Luckily in Rock Creek, we don't have a lot of utilities. I think our water main, correct me if I'm wrong, is outside of the asphalt, and so is our sewer, so we're not looking at water main breaks in the road, that kind of stuff.
Just kind of echoing Trustee Foster's comment. So is the thought that the concrete would just, we'd move the curb and gutter all the way in, or in that this was like, this is straight asphalt, and then, because I mean, this gets back to the whole where's the bike lane question, right? So, you know, if the battery died, oh, there we go. You know, so if you're a biker and you're following this concrete, are you getting off over here, and then this sidewalk is suddenly not wide enough for pedestrians and bikers? It's this never-ending conflict of roundabouts suck if you're a biker. They're marginally okay as pedestrians. They're amazing for cars, right? And I'm still trying to find the right balancing act as we go to more multimodal, you know, because I'm thinking about the scooter that I now ride. Okay, if I'm coming up here, how do I get over there, right? You know, I mean, I'll just get on the sidewalk and go, but I shouldn't be on the sidewalk.
Yeah, the one thing I'll say with this is, I mean, we're bringing a design contract.
Yeah, of course.
You know?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the benefit of having all this pavement there now is we have some options.
Okay.
So we could look at that and talk to the engineer to try to figure out how do we marry that bike pedestrian connectivity where we already have existing infrastructure. Because I think we can do better than we've done at 88th and Colton McCaslin and merging bikes. And luckily we have the footprint to do that. So I don't have the answer to your question, but that's definitely something we could talk to the engineer about as we go through design phases, and something Christine's brought up too.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is like before preliminary. This is like lines on paper, and we're hoping to get to a 30% design so that we can start thinking through some of those ideas. So that's a great question. We should definitely raise that with the engineer and make sure that gets addressed, so that when we bring it to the public, we can answer that question.
And the most important question of all is, this is the downhill mile path. So if you're running downhill, where do you go? Do you just, obviously there's no cars, so we have to figure out how to get a lot of people around this really fast.
That's a good point. You're gonna have to learn to curve.
Oh, the 4th of July parade, right? We have to, yeah.
Yes, great questions. They have to jump over the trees. So this is just a summary page because there were a lot of numbers thrown at you guys. So we have, just in summary, we have the 2 road repair options, the mill and overlay and the reconstruct. And then with either of those 2 options, we could do any one of the 3 Coal Creek Drive intersection projects. So mill and overlay is that $2.25 million. If you add $1 million, you get the traffic signal. If you add $2 million, you get the roundabout. Same with the reconstruct. It's estimated to be $4 million for construction, plus $1 million is for the traffic signal, or plus $2 million for the roundabout. So just wanted to summarize it so you can see all the numbers.
Thank you for the summary.
Is there any, maybe it's too ahead of things, but is there anybody else's money that can go for this? Like, because we would be just upgrading or bike path, like however, are there options for that?
So I've looked at a lot of different transportation grants. It's difficult on a pretty town-centric road. It's not quite as regional as a lot of these large federal grants are looking to fund. That being said, if we could go after, there might be an opportunity to go after something for the multimodal enhancements if we play that up. So we can definitely look into that. Be a good option. One thing to mention though is grants take a lot of time. So anything that we would apply for this year would probably not get funded until the next year. So if we wanted to do this project this year, it would be on town money. Yeah.
Last question, so when I think about option 1 and 4, they're like the same thing, whether or not we tear up the road deep or kind of. But the key part of that is if we don't do the traffic signal or the roundabout, we got to really consider what's the pedestrian crossing going to feel like, because we're taking away the turn lane, but it's still a major 4 travel lane thing, just like what we have at Pitkin. So I do want to understand, like, the do nothing, in terms of no traffic signal, no roundabout, is this a safe intersection? Because, I'll just use myself as an example. Once a week, there's somebody slamming their brakes on, or I'm jumping backwards because they don't care. It's a dangerous intersection, but at the same time, it's hard to spend $1 million or $2 million. And to Jen's point, there's no money out there because no one's been hurt there yet.
Right.
And that's bizarrely, backwards.
Sure. Yeah, that hurts us with a lot of grant dollars is, thankfully we don't have many injuries in town. But yeah, I think we just have one, our RFB out there right now.
Correct, and it's on the wrong side. For
Okay.
me, but and it's also, part of the problem is if you go out there, the buttons are about 15 feet away from the crosswalk, so no one bothers hitting them.
Okay. That's definitely something we can look at. I agree with you. We should make that crossing safer. We'll have the engineer design
Perfect.
The project regardless if we do something major at that intersection.
Because for what it's worth, what we've done at Pitkin is amazing, right? There's a concrete refuge on both sides, and if we're doing that at a minimum, we've at least made it better. So
Yeah, I think that's a great idea if we even move the crossing a little bit. Definitely something I'll talk to the engineer about.
Okay.
I have a question for you on the, when looking or deciding to recommend whether we do a deep mill or full reconstruction, is it appropriate to look at the unit cost of that? So if we take 2.25 million and we expect a life expectancy of 12 years, then we're paying roughly $187,000 a year for that road. If we look at a reconstructed 4 million and it has a 25-year lifespan, then we're looking at $160,000. So the per unit cost is significantly less. Is that factored into these types of recommendations?
I think the biggest recommendation is going to come off of how much money we have to spend for the year. And that's for you guys to tell us. The PCI, the people that did the PCI rankings for us did recommend at the levels that they're at to do a full reconstruct. As Brannon mentioned, this section of the road has held up much better than, say, McCaslin to Indiana. So it is something to think about. Maybe there's better soils there. Superior, you could be one block to the next. It's different. So it's really just weighing what we have to spend now versus what we can, spend in the future.
And then When would you anticipate starting the public outreach on the design options?
Immediately.
Immediately, okay.
So we've actually, one of the notes on the next page, we've actually approved $33,000 for a right-of-way study or survey by, excuse me, I'm getting tongue-tied, by Kimley Horn. And because we'll need that regardless of whatever options we choose here. So they've already completed that survey, so we can really hit the ground running with 30% design. And that needs to come first before we do the public outreach. So we've estimated public outreach to take about 10 weeks. Well, the 30% design and public outreach together. So as soon as we can get that design done, we can move into the public outreach.
And I'm not going to hold you to this right now, but what do you anticipate that public outreach looking like? Is that just going to be a survey, or is that going to be a in-public meeting?
So
in-person
what
meeting with
we've
design
put in the
options?
contract with Kimley Horn is one community feedback survey and then one public engagement meeting with both staff and Kimley Horn, and then they'll provide a summary report from that meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And actually, because this is one of the 16 million questions I gave Brandon, it'd be helpful for the whole board to understand what the schedule is going to look like for just beyond the public engagement and how this looks relative to construction through the summer and when it might end.
Sure. So we only have a very...
And before you go, I mean, my whole thing is like, we'd love to get this done in 2025, but one could argue that we're already kind of behind schedule.
Sure.
So I want to make sure that I understand like what this is going to look like for when school starts in August.
Yeah, so I don't believe that we could get this done before school's back in session in August. We're starting a little bit on the late side. We would probably be bidding this project, if everything is really smooth, in June and July of this year. And it's not the best time to bid a roadway project because people are already busy. So that is something to factor in. But it would be nice to get it done. But I do think we could complete it by November, which is kind of the last time that you want to have paving for the season.
I'm going to just go on a limb and when we did the west part of Rock Creek Parkway, did we get aggressive pricing because we got out the gate early? Because that's part of what I heard. And that, because we bid out really early, we had some really good aggressive pricing. Is there a risk that because we're going out to bid, in June, that, the big contractors their book's already full of orders and they don't really have the bandwidth for another project, and that we sort of get bid out with unnecessarily high pricing?
We'll talk to the engineer about that, but I believe that the big bidders that we typically see will bid on this project.
Okay.
It's a big enough project that I think it'll be enticing.
Okay.
I can't guarantee that,
Of course.
though.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
I do think we'll see competitive bids. It's just not exactly the ideal. If somebody was going to tell you the ideal time to bid, it wouldn't be June or July.
Right.
If we are anticipating that this project, couldn't get completed until, say, November, right? So we're anticipating that there's going to be, some part of the school year that's going to overlap with construction. Would we be able to kind of stage the project? So maybe, focus on the roundabout first and kind of, so the people that are kind of leaving that part of Superior and going up 88th, going to Monarch, aren't as inconvenienced of dealing as opposed to dealing with that when school's back in session. So kind of like start with that and then do the upper portion of Rock Creek Parkway up to Indiana?
We can stage it. We provided sample traffic control plans in this last year's project to tell them how we wanted it phased. So we could do something similar to that with this project. And we could phase it to make sure there's always access, at least one lane of access. The roundabout's a little trickier, but we can definitely do it in pieces and keep traffic moving. It's never going to be as convenient as an open road, though.
Sure,
So,
of course.
but yes, we can phase the project.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
we
thinking
can-
that, to the extent that this is a large project with, it's just physically a large project. If we can stage the more complex aspects or the aspects of the project that are going to be kind of like more inconveniencing to the, school traffic, if we can get that kind of done during the summer months versus saving that for fall, that just seems like a good decision.
Sure, I think that sounds like a great idea. We can definitely work that into the plans and work with the contractor and let them know that that's how they have to do it so they can price around that.
So in terms of where we're at tonight, we have staff's recommendation is for the 30% design and
Public outreach.
and then the public outreach. Do we need to kind of give you our direction as to the specific version of these proposals that you want, or we're making, entering into the professional services agreement that then we'll look at all of those options?
Yeah, when we get the 30% design done and public engagement, we'll come back to the board for final direction on, so you'll be able to see the 30% design.
Yeah, and we'll bring a recommendation at that time for if we want to go with deep millet overlay or road reconstruction, once we've, or a roundabout versus the traffic signal. We'll let you know what what staff's thoughts are.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, my initial kind of like gut reaction to this is, I mean, obviously I would love to save money where we can save money, but just kind of like being realistic about the experience that we've had with the roadway projects. If the PCI scores are saying that the road merits reconstruction, I don't think that it's wise for us to just be penny wise and pound foolish and just do a mill and overlay when full reconstruction is actually warranted. And I think that that's like a smarter decision, even though it's a huge amount of money. And then in terms of what the intersection is going to look like with a roundabout or a traffic signal, all I know is that that particular intersection doesn't feel safe to cross on foot, doesn't feel safe to cross on a bike, doesn't feel safe to make a left turn coming out of Coal Creek Drive. It's like you just hope that there isn't somebody that's barreling down Rock Creek Parkway at 55 miles an hour or plus. So I think that there's going to be some safety improvements that need to be made, and I think that that's going to be the right direction. But I'm in favor of moving forward with this. This is what the voters asked us for. Well, what they authorized us with the sales tax increase. So I'm in favor of moving forward. I do want to open it up to public comment. If anybody, is there any additional staff presentation on?
No, the next slide is questions.
Okay.
I did want to make one note that this portion of the project of Rock Creek Parkway was planned for a future year, so it would just be moving it up. We would hope, part of the initial budgeting was to include it in a future year, so.
Okay. Thank you very much. Anybody in the public here like to make public comment on this? I see one hand raised on Zoom. So Jeremy Corey, you're recognized for public comment.
Hey, good afternoon, or good evening. Appreciate all the work that's been done here. And I just want to make a comment. So we come out of Coal Creek daily and making that left turn. Kids go to Monarch, and just in general, making a left turn out of Coal Creek is dangerous. But we're also seeing an uptick in pedestrian traffic crossing Coal Creek. And a lot of it is a lot of kids coming through or down Coal Creek, deriving from like downtown Superior, riding their bikes down Coal Creek, and then making their way over to like Williams Turf and the facilities over there in that park. So we see a lot more of that traffic, pedestrian traffic. So I just kind of want to bring that to your guys' attention. Something that maybe wasn't brought up is that cross traffic increase and seeing that on a day-to-day basis. Thanks.
Great. Thank you for your comments. Appreciate it. Any additional public comment on this item? All right, seeing none, I'll circle back to the board for further discussion and a motion.
I'm just going to make another quick comment. I completely agree with you. That's the reason why I was asking agree with Mayor Laces with respect to, full reconstruction. Every road we've done has had to be a reconstruction. And I'm fearful that if we went down the mill and overlay, we'd get into it and be like, yeah, we kind of screwed up because it's going to cost us a full amount. The fact that literally every other road has needed this. And McCaslin is kind of an anomaly, but also it wasn't built by Richmond. So I think that's part of the reason why we got better life out of it. Everything that was built by that R firm has not withstood. I mean, okay, I will admit, Brandon, you're right. It has survived well, but I think the traffic volume on this part of Rock Creek is much lower. So I do fundamentally believe, full reconstruction is the only way to go. I'm also more in favor of a roundabout, but I truly want to have a deep conversation about pedestrian safety because the 88th Street roundabout to me is the 88. I mean, the double lane thing is still an accident waiting to happen for pedestrians and bikers and all the multimodal things that we're talking about. So let's consider it as we bring this forward, really contemplate, multimodal as it is growing. We just heard, I think people are riding more scooters back and forth, which is fantastic. But let's make sure our roadways are not optimized for cars and cars alone.
All right. Thanks, Neil. Anything further?
I'll just add really quickly, to your point, Mark, the taxpayers gave us the opportunity to fix things, we fix it. I don't want to do it, go part way with it. The existing road is not made properly the first time. They took shortcuts on it, and I don't want to do shortcuts to fix it. I want to do it the right way, so I say we just do complete reconstruction on it to make it match what we've already done. So we've got one holistic project. I do like roundabouts. I think they work much, much better in Europe than they do here because people still don't know how to drive in them. I mean, if you want to have a good time, we can hang out over here at Main Street and McCaslin and just see how badly people drive through them. I don't know what it's going to take. Is it going to be an education thing? Is it going to be a better use of them? I'm not sure, but I am a little concerned about one lane, going from 2 lanes to 1 lane. We already saw through the Rock Creek Parkway the amount of emails we got because initially that project was going to be 1 eastbound, 1 westbound, and 200 people came out and sent us emails against it. So I want to be very, very cautious in the outreach and discussing with people about going from 2 lanes to 1 lane and how they're going to understand going into a turning circle, which nobody seems to know how to drive in. That being a safety issue, Neil, with the pedestrians, I definitely agree with you on that one. We need to make it a much, much safer crossing. Right now, it's like Mad Max getting across that street. You're taking, Frogger, yeah, much, much better example. I kind of like the illusion of that, but yeah, it's all about pedestrian safety. It's all about keeping our residents safe. So I definitely want to see us going ahead with this. And then opening up the discussion to the residents and getting their feedback on it.
I would agree with moving forward as presented, and I would kind of echo what's already been said. I'm a numbers person, so I'm looking at the difference between the 1.75 million over on the low end, 12 years versus 25 years in useful life. 25 years, you're looking at roughly 70,000 a year versus 145,000, almost 146,000 a year difference for a 12-year useful life, not to mention just the headache for our residents. So as we're looking at numbers, I think a full reconstruction, just knowing how that was built to begin with, I would rather, as an insurance policy against, obviously prices are only going to go up. And so again, having to do this in 12 to 15 years is going to cost us a whole lot more in addition to the inconvenience. So numbers make sense to do a full reconstruction.
All right. Anything further? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
You gotta read the resolution.
Oh, I have to read it.
Come on, new guy.
Okay. New person mistake. All right.
You said that once, you already said it.
Come on, Mike.
Well, I wasn't the one to motion. All right, so I move to approve resolution item number 10. 64, approving an agreement with Kimberly Horn and Associates, Inc. for the Rock Creek Parkway, Coal Creek Drive roadway improvements. Did I do that right?
You crushed it.
So well, then I'm going to second it.
All right, we've got a motion from Trustee Foster and a second from Mayor Pro Tem Serbu. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Serbu?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Cowish?
Yes.
All right, passes unanimously. Thank you both for the presentation, and let's
We'll get
keep our
moving.
foot on the gas.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving right along. We're on to item number 11, which is consideration of a resolution approving an Intrepid fiber license agreement.
Yeah, let me see. Let me see if Intrepid's in the lobby. That tells the people moving around.
Good job, Mike.
Yeah, item 11 and 12, they're two separate items, but we have two different fiber providers, uniquely enough, that have approached the town about installing high-speed fiber through town. So item number 11, we'll touch on first. It's an agreement with, I'll just say Intrepid, BIF4 Intrepid OPOC LLC. So they approached the town. We've been talking to them since November 2023. Intrepid's been bringing in high-speed fiber to similar communities such as Louisville, Westminster, Broomfield, and Lafayette. They're in different phases of construction there. I know Louisville, they're still doing construction to bring in the high-speed fiber. They're looking to bring high-speed fiber mainly to areas of town that currently don't have fiber. So that would be like the Rock Creek neighborhood, Original Town, and Rogers Farm. Much of downtown has new fiber, and Sagamore as well. We've also been working with Intrepid, and I'll be repeating a lot of this when we talk to MetroNet, but we've been working with both providers to install a dark fiber network for the town. So dark fiber is not as scary as it sounds. It's bringing basically dead fiber or fiber lines to town assets that will not be dark once we connect them into town assets and make them live. So they basically extend that network to town right away, and then we would connect it into whether it be a facility like the North Pool or the traffic signal facilities and the wastewater water treatment plants. I don't have the exact number of facilities, but they're in the license agreement. There's roughly, I think, 23 to 30, depending on the agreement of facilities we're looking at bringing fiber to. So currently for the town network, we use radio communication to communicate with those assets. So it's pretty dated technology. We also have a lot of issues with it, whereas fiber is very rapid and real time and gives us a lot of different options and advanced technologies. So I don't want to get the town's dark fiber network too far in the weeds because that's secondary to the actual fiber agreements. But if once those dark fiber is installed, the town would then be responsible for taking them to that assets, and that'd be additional cost that we would approach the board back about in future years. They would be bringing the network to the town right away so that we could tie into those assets in the future, basically. There will be no cost to the town for the fiber installations that Intrepid and MetroNet are both proposing. And also the town fiber network that's being proposed also has no cost to the town directly. So no budget implications for the town. Intrepid Fiber, in their agreement, they ideally, they'd like to use the town right away, which in Rock Creek would be unique. The only utilities in the right of way in Rock Creek are wet utilities and gas. So water, sewer, and gas. All the other utilities, electric, Comcast, et cetera, are in the back utility easements throughout Rock Creek. So I know we have several board members live in Rock Creek. I live in Rock Creek. You'll see those pedestals in the backyard. That's because there's about an 8-foot utility easement in most properties in Rock Creek. Staff struggle with this decision, whether recommending right-of-way or rear yard easements, but we ultimately are recommending rear yard easements because that's where the other utilities are. In these lots. But Intrepid's initial approach was to put it in the right of way, whereas MetroNet was looking at those rear yard easements. The structures boxes, I don't think they brought in any boxes that they have either provider, but I think both providers are proposing that their boxes would be underground installations. So their handholds, I'll let them talk a little bit more specifically about what they'd look like, but they'd be going underground. So you wouldn't see the aesthetic pedestals you see with some of the other equipment, they'd be underground. I'm going to stop and let them talk for a little bit, unless there's any specific questions for me before the provider talks. Intrepid, we're on your item now, so if you would give a little bit of background about yourself, what you want to propose in town.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you for having us here tonight. I'm Rob Macaliso, Vice President of Operations for Intrepid Fiber.
I'm Alex Williams, Business Development Manager.
So as far as the underground structure, our network will be fully underground. We call them flower pots. They're small handholds, 10-inch covers. That's where we provide our service to the individual houses. Those feed over to a little bit of larger structure, handholds that are about 17 inches by 30 inches, rectangular, also flush mounted. And these go in either stone areas or grass areas. So none of our network, other than one cabinet that provides all the electronics to run the fiber network, will be above ground, and that cabinet itself is about 48 inches cube shaped, and one of those is required somewhere within the municipal boundary. We're usually able to put it in an area where it's I don't want to say hidden, but not in the way of traffic, blocking intersections or anything like that. It could be placed out of the way. So I'd like to entertain any questions that you may have about our network.
So I'm interested in, well, first off, thank you for being here and for proposing this service. I know that there's a lot of people that have been really excited for fiber service to come to Superior, so it's really encouraging to see two providers that are offering these services. So I'm interested to know more about the decision to do the right-of-way easements, and then what sort of impact we should reasonably expect to see in the community to our roads. What are residents going to be seeing? How much wear and tear are the roads going to be taking to have the fiber laid throughout the right-of-way?
Okay, so as far as the decision to place in the right-of-way versus the back lots, the back lot easements were great when the homes were being built. And there was a joint trench there between all the utilities. To go through the back lots now, when there is mature trees, pools, sheds, whatever is on the property, you got to remember we have to expose any utility that we're within 2 feet of. So to create that kind of disruption in people's backyards where they have mature landscaping, and you have the other utilities, and I think it was mentioned it was a 8-foot easement, so you do have the joint trench, you have electric, you have gas, you have telephone and cable that are in there, and any place that we're crossing those utilities or near them, we would have to expose them, versus being in the front yard right-of-way, we could be just back of sidewalk, and the construction is much quicker and leaves less disruption to the homeowners. You're not having to get access to the backyards. You have their fences in that easement. You have, dogs, everything that you'd have to deal with to go in people's backyards. It's more of an invasion of privacy than to be out in the public right-of-way. So typically on a street, there'll be disruption for about 7 to 10 days from the time we start the construction to the time we're able to perform restoration. So that's why our preference is along the right-of-way, along the streets. And we try to stay out of the road, other than crossings at intersections where we need to get to the next right-of-ways.
So I was looking at the map that was included in the packet, and Brandon, maybe you can speak to this a little bit. One of the things that, and this goes for both of the providers, but it looks like there's going to be fiber that would be laid along newly rebuilt roads like Rock Creek Parkway, and we just spent millions of dollars reconstructing a road. We're going to be spending more reconstructing the road. So I'm certainly mindful and wary to tear up newly reconstructed roadways. So can we speak to at least what sort of collaboration there's going to be with staff to kind of minimize any impacts on those roads, which are
Yes,
absurdly expensive?
What we like to do anytime we're building in a municipality is, meet with their highway department, their city engineer, make sure that we're going to stay ahead of any road reconstruction they have, because it is not our intention to be in the milling and resurfacing business to correct a road that you've already done that to. So typically, we're going to be building on, on both sides, so we're not in the road, but at the intersections, like I mentioned, we would have to cross. Now, if it's a newly paved road, we would reconsider being in the right-of-way there, potentially doing something where maybe we would have to jump to a rear easement or obtain an easement to avoid, disrupting an intersection that you've paved in the last 2 years.
I think most of these installs are all generally directional drill, so there should be very minimal open cuts associated with it, except where they're putting their handholds and potholing for other utilities. As part of the project, they will be required to get a right-of-way permit for all work in right-of-way or on town property. The staff's concern with the front yard or the easements in Rock Creek was the width of the right-of-way. So there's only maximum of 2.5 feet behind the back of sidewalk to the right-of-way line. That's the max throughout Rock Creek. So when we start putting these 12 by 18, 12 by 24 handholds, they're going to be encroaching somewhat on private property and with all crossings of the road. So they'll have to work with private property owners. We brought that up to Intrepid, and they said they do that commonly. But that's the concern with the front yard. They will have to be work with that. People's sprinkler systems go right up to the sidewalk, so that'll be another challenge because no one's going to locate their own sprinkler lines. That's going to be cut throughout town. Within both agreements, Intrepid and Metronet, the town did put that they will be responsible for paying for locates of town assets. We just don't have the manpower to do our own physical locates for all of our water and sewer lines, so they'll be responsible for hiring a third party to come in and do locates as well for all town assets, water, sewer, town sprinkler lines, et cetera, on town property.
And I'm assuming if there's anything where something wasn't located and there's damage, that the town is not going to be responsible for fixing that, correct?
Yeah, the way locates work, if something is located and they hit it, then they are responsible. If something's not located and they hit it, the utility that they hit is responsible. In this case, they'd be hiring a third party to do the locates, so the town wouldn't be responsible if it's hit, located or not. So some of that's risk adverse for the town.
But along those lines, if it's, going through a resident's yard and a sprinkler line gets hit or a sprinkler head, that's their responsibility, and they'll coordinate that with the homeowner.
That is correct.
Okay.
Just a question about the service, what's your timeline in terms of, we approve this tonight, when do you see that this moves into construction and then phasing in for residential service?
So we currently have construction drawings in for review. So if this was approved tonight, we would be providing service near the end of the second quarter next year, probably in the May timeframe.
Okay, thank you.
So I see that you have services in Lafayette and Louisville, like other areas. This is Intrepid.
Yes, we're built out in North Glen, Westminster.
Yeah.
And
So, sorry. My question is, and not to put you under an interview scenario where I'm tell me where it didn't work, but have you run into any issues? I mean, they're similar to us in terms of residential build out areas and things that you're going to be dealing with there. So were any things that you took away from installs there or learned, or that you would be more cautious of because of what you've learned doing those projects nearby?
Yeah, a good lesson learned is we put door tags on everyone's door to let them know at the time that we're out painting the white line where utility locates are going to happen. We put a door tag out at that time so that anyone could call the number. What we learned in North Glen is we needed to add one more step to that, and that's that the people responsible for hanging the door tags had to take a photo of the door tags that they hung, so to prove that they hung them, because I'll just say that some people say that they never go in their front door, they go through their garage with the garage door opener, they don't see it, or they just see whatever's on the door, tear it off, and it goes in the recycle bin, hopefully. But we did ask for photo evidence, so to say.
All right. Additional questions? Can we hear from Metronet now? And then kind of consider.
I think, do you want to add anything, Nick?
Not really. So, you can hear from these in tandem, but you can't discriminate between one or another. So I think, take all the information you get as additive to kind of thinking about the holistic fiber service in the town, but don't look at it like, well, if, MetroNet's doing this thing, Intrepid's doing that thing, why is one? Kind of take each as is presented to you, and then you can kind of make a decision on each one. But I think it's fine to kind of combine them all. That's fine.
Good evening. Thank you for the time today. I'm Dan Knupp. I'm Senior Vice President of Project Construction for Metronet. And Jill, I'll let you introduce yourself.
Good evening, all. Jill Cordes, Vice President of New Market Development. Thank you.
Welcome.
So a lot of what we do will be the same. We're going to use similar devices. All of our handholds and other structures are going to be level with the ground. We are not intending to put a cabinet in Superior. Our cabinet is going to be in a commercial area close by. So we won't be in a residential area with a cabinet. The conversation about notification for the residents, I think, is very critical to the success of the project. Jill, maybe you could walk through what we do, which is a little more extensive.
Yeah, so we've learned a lot. Right now, I believe we have 91 construction projects going on across the United States. And so we take a little bit from every community we are in, especially the resident feedback. And we've learned that we need a 4-step notification. First one will go 30 to 45 days before work gets started. This is a letter. This is the actual letter in here. As you can see, it probably doesn't have a very good take rate. But we know that, but we still put that in there. Second one, 7 to 10 days. This is usually when locates are being pulled. We send out this flashy construction underway. As you see, this isn't really a sales piece at all. It is really meant to drive them to our phone number or our website. We will have a construction website that will have a link right to the City of Superior. So from there, those residents can go in and alert us of special, fences, sprinkler systems, anything unique to their property that they want us to be aware of and be a little cautious of. So this one goes out. If they don't want to do a ticket, because some people do like calling, there is an 800 number as well. Then to the point of the door tags. We have the door tags. Not many folks use the front door, but we do still put them. And we also like to use the yard dart. This is something that's put out in the right of way. They grab it. They immediately know something is going on, right? Again, phone number, website, not real sales driven. Then at the entrance and the exit of the construction, we will have kind of like a realtor type sign if allowed, that will have this very same message that will alert the folks of what is going on and how to reach us. So that's what we've learned. We try everything.
So maybe I can talk a little bit about the decision to use the backyard easements, which is the purpose of the backyard easements in the first place. We like to think we're extremely safe, and the safest place for us to be is in that easement where the communications cables are, not the gas lines. The communication cables, the phone cables, not the water supply. And so we want to avoid that exposure to wet utilities as much as possible. which creates a safer project. The second part of that is the reduction in the number of times that we're going to have to cut the street. We still have to cross streets to get from neighborhood to neighborhood, and we'll have to pothole. So we like to core, remove the core, vacuum out the soil to get to expose the utility that we're searching for, whatever that is, gas, water, whatever's out in the front, right, sewer lines. And then once we have been identified where it's at, we'll backfill that, we'll flow fill it, we'll put the core back in, we'll epoxy it in, it'll be the same as the street, it'll be fundamentally as sound as the street was to start with, okay? I'm assuming Intrepid would do the same. They're just gonna do it more often because they want to use the front. So the exposure is reduced with us, but it's the same exposure. Let's see, what other things might we say? We operate in 18 states right now. We have the 19th state just started this week. We're operating in Arvada, Westminster, Colorado Springs, Aurora. I think that's Colorado states that are active right now. And about, how many markets across the country?
Oh,
400?
300
Yeah.
plus at least, yeah.
So we've been doing this for a long time, and you know, safety is paramount. We've won a lot of awards for our safety with gas companies, the state 811 agencies, and so forth. And we've been named the fastest ISP in the country 2 years in a row. So PC Magazine studies all of that and determined for the last 2 years in a row that we're the fastest in the country.
One thing also I like to mention as it pertains to the residents of Superior is the fact that competition is good, right? I get a lot of questions a lot of times about what are the prices? What is the fiber gonna cost, right? And so one of our promotions this month, we have a 3-year price lock on a 1 gig over 1 gig. So everything is symmetrical in speed. And that is gonna run out the door right around $70 a month. So that is more bandwidth than you can imagine. It's gonna power your home and then some. So I always like to tell people that too. We run speeds from 150 megabits to 5 gigs for residential and up to 10 for business customers. So we have both services for both residential and business folks.
So Jill, I think we're also in it for the long term, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. That is one really good. Thank you. So what we really like to do is when we come into the community, we have our outside plant. Those are the folks that are going to build the community. They're going to be here and slowly transition because we light up and release as we go. So what that also does is help that burden of the residents. So Dan gets service at his house. I'm down the road and I'm really kind of on pins and needles. What are they going to do to my landscaping? What's going to happen to my prize petunias? But Dan reassures me. He has that 1 gig over 1 gig at his home and he is thrilled. So he tells me about it and, you know, my nerves come and I actually really enjoy the process as well. So that is one thing we do. But we also bring in our field operations team. These are folks that are going to be part of the community. They're going to live and work in Superior and surrounding areas. These are folks from your community. We're also going to have sales folks. We're going to have business sales team. We're going to have a government education medical team as well. These are folks that are going to live, work, and be proud to be in your community. Many of them end up being ambassadors of the chambers, volunteering at your different holiday events for Toys for Tots or that type of thing. So we are here. The construction is just the beginning of our relationship with the town of Superior.
So I don't want to inundate you with too much, but are there questions for us?
I guess the same question I asked Intrepid, kind of what do you see post, tonight's decision in terms of your rollout with?
Time frame, very much similar. I would expect that we have our design done as well. We haven't submitted it for review yet, but we can do that, tomorrow. So we're ready to go as well. And I do think that service would be available in the first areas 6 months from now. And I think we'd easily be done with this by this time next year.
Fantastic.
And then I'll just ask the same question that I asked. We just performed some, pretty major roadway improvements. So just if you could just speak to kind of the way in which you coordinate with our Public Works Department to minimize the impacts on our existing infrastructure.
Sure can, absolutely. Of course, we'll be meeting with them very regularly. We would expect to have with the permitting department and inspectors probably at least a weekly meeting. Some of those will be daily. And then an official monthly meeting with the city, whoever you want to include. We like to bring in the police, the fire department, everybody else. We're gonna provide a list of locations of work every day so that they know where we're at. Somebody calls in, a citizen's concerned about somebody wandering through the neighborhood, they'll know where we are. All of our people and all of our contractors will all have ID badges in their vests. Their vests will indicate that they work for Metronet. All of our vehicles will be labeled with Metronet. All of our contractor vehicles will be labeled Metronet. We're going to be really obvious who we are. So that clears up a lot of questions. And as far as the coordination of all the technical aspects of safety on the roads and the condition of the roads that you've been paying to repave and rebuild, we take that seriously, and we just have to do the right job. And so we will follow their lead on what the requirements are.
So the only cuts, the only impacts to asphalt that the town expects with this would be coring for other utilities, so asphalt cores, and that's not uncommon. Even when we did the Reclamite project, we do asphalt cores. So the town has a spec that we have for asphalt cores that they'll have to follow and repair. And our inspectors will be doing inspection for either or both or whatever's approved tonight when they do start construction, once that happens.
Okay.
Can I ask the group like a technical question? So, and this is an opportunity for you both to, talk about your technology, because the entire neighborhood of Sagamore, 176 homes, it burned to the ground. They've all been rebuilt. And one of the number one complaints is we have from another provider who has these about, 18, actually about 2-foot tall pedestals that they put on property lines. So I'm curious, what are they doing that you guys are not doing, or vice versa? Because the fact that you don't have pedestals, to me, because it is by far the number one complaint that we're getting, because the other part of that complaint is, could you get them to move them?
Yeah.
And this provider specifically said no.
Yeah. More than likely their problem, and I don't know what their issue is.
No names.
I expect that their issue is they don't have watertight closures for their splices and terminals, which we do.
All right. It seems really simple, like a Ziploc bag. All right. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just have a couple, maybe one or two things to add. So one thing we put into both agreements, so the town does want to get the dark fiber installed as part of these. It's something we've negotiated with both. We don't have any desire for both of them to run fiber to every park and traffic signals. So one thing we put in the agreement is if the other provider's already extended it there, then the other one doesn't need to. And we hope that they would work together if both of these agreements are approved, so it's not duplicating for the town assets at least. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay. Can we have the Intrepid folks back up just to speak about pricing? Just we had that from Metronet, but we didn't have that from Intrepid.
On the pricing?
Yeah, just what the customers would see.
Yeah, the 1 gig symmetrical is $70 a month, same as what they were sharing. Our ISP is T-Mobile. And if you have T-Mobile cellular service, there's a $15 discount from the 70, which brings it down to 55. And same, there's a 0.5 gig symmetrical service, and it's the same deal on that. It's $55 to start with, and if you have the cellular service bundled with it, then it's $40 a month.
Okay, great, thank you. Is there something similar with Metronet? Who's the ISP? Are you your own, or?
Yeah, I'll step up there.
Sorry.
No problem at all. So although this is not a completed arrangement, T-Mobile is in process of investing in us. So I'm sure we'll have a very similar scenario with T-Mobile. And that's under review now, federal level, of course. We're told that we should expect to have that closed sometime in second quarter of next year.
And is T-Mobile currently providing ISP services to Metronet?
Not currently. Once they complete this investment in Metronet, they would become the marketing and sales arm of Metronet.
Okay.
It'll be all T-Fiber, T-Mobile, cellular, and all that package.
All right, thank you. I do see one hand raised on Zoom. Anybody in the public want to give public comment? There's nobody here. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Steve Cooper. I'm the CTO of Intrepid Fiber. I just wanted to make one more other comment regarding the ISP relationship with T-Mo. Intrepid is a open access fiber to the home provider, and what makes that different from retail or fiber to the home providers that provide their own ISP services is that we have an anchor tenant, and we mentioned T-Mobile being one of our anchor tenants in a number of markets throughout the U.S. We will build the same type of infrastructure, an open access one, where the anchor tenant can come in, and after a certain amount of time, other ISPs can come in and use the same infrastructure. So the infrastructure is not just for one ISP per se. It is actually built to be able to support multiple ISPs so that if you have an in-home experience that could be influenced better long-term, you can still use the same fiber infrastructure, the same cable that's pulled into your home, the same fiber to the home infrastructure.
Okay, thanks for that. All right, we have Jeremy Corey. You have your hand up. You're recognized for public comment.
Thanks again. A couple questions. First, and maybe just some concern. First off, just unsure of the timing, whether it's coincidence or not that we're blessed with 2 fiber broadband providers pitching their services tonight, and well informed of one provider providing an open access network with an anchor ISP such as T-Mobile, but also allowing for more competition within the town, such as other ISP providers that can ride on that same fiber. And then your second fiber broadband service provider, or Metronet, which appears like it's pretty much T-Mobile with that investment that T-Mobile is making with KKR, and not being an open access network. As a citizen here living here, like for me, I would be more interested in one, going down only one route, for a couple of reasons. For the first reason, as I mentioned, I would prefer more flexibility in a fiber broadband service provider that has an open access network where it encourages other ISP providers to come into this space down the road. 2, I'm also concerned that 2 fiber broadband service providers are pitching their services, but have 2 different design approaches for where they would install and how they would install their infrastructure. And I just don't see that if we didn't solicit this from a town's perspective to say, hey, we're looking for our fiber broadband service providers to come to us with their proposals, then do we want to sign up for having multiple service providers digging up, potentially causing, and I know that there's a lot of safety around how they do this, but digging up around the community to lay their services. So I fear that there's some duplicity there. Thanks.
Thanks for your comments. All right, there's nobody else on Zoom, so turn back to the board for discussion or additional questions for the potential licensees.
I have a quick question for Intrepid. For the cabinet that's going to be put in on, what was it? Heartstrong and Indiana. I know you said it's about 40 inches by 40 inches. Where exactly is that going? Is that going like right up by the street, or is that kind of being tucked back, or is there any thought as to where at that intersection that would be going?
We generally,
If you can come up to the podium, just.
I can probably, so I've been talking to the local team. So where they're looking at is at the North Pool side. So there's some shrubs over there. So that was the site that was kind of spelled out that I've talked, I don't think I've talked to you guys about it, but the local team, that's what they shared with me. Feel free to add to that, but that's my understanding.
yeah, we'll place it, as close to the rear of the right-of-way as possible, so it's not, we never want to be near the road. We don't want to be in a situation where a vehicle is going to come through an intersection and take out a cabinet that serves 8,000 people.
Okay, thank you.
And I think that's why the North Pool site was picked, because it's town property, so we have more right of way or / property to put it in there, theoretically.
I guess one question that I have for Intrepid, so the staff recommendation that we have in our memo is a recommendation to approve, provided that Intrepid would be willing to locate within the existing utility easements as opposed to doing it along the right-of-way. So is that something that is on the table that Intrepid would be willing to consider, or no, because the design's already been put together?
It's our design criteria that we place our facilities in the right-of-way. I'm a 20-year employee of a telephone company, and when we tried to bore in the backyard easements, when you have a joint, original joint trench, the bore head sometimes likes to follow that soft soil where the original sand padding was of those utilities, and we've seen more damage when we've tried to work in the backyards, in the backyard easements, than when we work in the front yard right away at a 24-inch depth. Then we're over the gas, we're over the water service that goes to the house, over the sewer service. We still expose those, but we're over the top of it. And if you look at our record in Westminster and North Glen, utility damage was very minimal.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, we can just move to discussion now. Thoughts? Jen, you look like you want to talk.
I don't feel ready to make any decisions tonight. I think I would like a lot more information about what the installs look like in other places, and I don't usually feel that way about things, so I need to see more examples of this in other places and how it's gone in the rear easements and the right-of-ways before I'm ready to make any decisions about anything. I realize I might be forced to tonight, but I would like to have more time.
I agree. I'm thinking, right away versus utility easements in the backyard. And then I start thinking, we're talking about affordable housing. We're talking about doing a better job with maintaining the number of housing units we have. In the future, if we do decide to add in Rock Creek units in the backyard and we've got less utilities in the utility easement, and we might rezone that so someone could put an ADU or a smaller building, do we necessarily want to be packing the easement with more utilities versus using the right-of-way, which seems to be easier to get to, but then when we're going to be building the new roads coming in, how is that going to segue with that? I think I might want a little bit more information, like you said, Jen, and just kind of see how these applications have worked out in different areas and what the outcomes were.
So how much time do you need? What are we talking about, tabling this until the January meeting, or our first meeting in January?
I think that depends on how soon, information can be provided. it would have been really great to see, like I really hate presentations, but it would have been really great to see some images of, like, I've gone on the websites for both of you and seen, like, there's some stuff on there with kind of how the projects, and it more concerned me than alleviated the question. Like, I have more questions now from seeing. So if there's, I mean, that could be something you provide in emails. It doesn't have to take a long time, but I don't think I need more time than the January meeting, but I would just like to see some examples of what this looks like in places similar to our communities. And yeah, January is probably good. Just put one more thing on that agenda.
What do others think? No, I mean, I think that our residents would love to have an alternative to the existing providers, and the sooner we can make that happen, I think that's better. I think this is kind of like a uniquely challenging decision to make because we've got two providers coming with the same service, but just in different ways. And I think if
that makes me a little suspicious,
if we had one of them coming, it would probably be an easier decision than having two of them coming at the same time. So that's just the circumstances that we find ourselves in.
And I just want to make one comment to chime in on this conversation. So we kind of, not to push back on the resident comment, which I appreciate, this isn't weighing one provider versus the other. We're looking at each of them individually and, ruling on the merits of each of them individually. Just because we like the way one doesn't mean that we can't like the way the other one does one. So I just wanted to put that reminder out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think my initial, I defer to the recommendations from our Public Works Department on all things that are touching our roads and sidewalks and things like that. So, and just kind of thinking, I think this is one of those things where there's going to be people that are upset that people are digging in their front yards, and there's going to be people that are upset that people are digging in your backyard. So you're going to have some upset people regardless. But I do think that the idea of keeping the wet utilities on one side and the telecom on the other side makes sense. But I'm also not doing the trenching, so fortunately for anybody. So others, what do we want to do here?
Yeah, I'm in the space of, this is inevitable, right? I mean, I think it's amazing that we've got two more providers. We've already got a duopoly, which one has got good service, but I think everybody's having issues with it. The other one has atrocious service. This is two, high. What's amazing is the upload speeds on this. A lot of people have told us you should do what Longmont did and have municipal broadband. Like, well, Longmont has their own power supply, so they can do that. And one of the reasons why everybody likes what Longmont provides is the upload speeds are 10 billion times faster than what we can get. So this has been asked for in many different ways by our community for a very long time. And this is a huge opportunity to get there. And I don't, when the cell towers went up over Williams Field, I kind of tried to fight that, but what I was reminded of, this is inevitable. Like, this is what people want. People want high speed. They want communication all the time. One of the things that we have talked about as a community is a Wi-Fi mesh network. It was something we talked about a long time ago. Then everybody got a cell phone, and T-Mobile, AT&T, and Verizon all take care of it. But reality is, maybe you don't want your kid to have a cell phone plan. Maybe with the connections that we're talking about here, we could go to a muni mesh network for our parks and facilities provided by the town of Superior, if that's something we wanted to do. But that's something that both these companies are bringing to us. I think they both do this really well. The fact that they've already anticipated the types of issues we've had with pedestals, and their design doesn't even deal with that. This just tells me that these companies or where the industry is going. And, we should be happy that they're out here. They're already rolling out. It's fully available in different communities around the state. Broomfield had a big groundbreaking for, lighting up their community center. So things like that tell me that, other communities are making the right decision and that this is going to be a net positive. And, at the end of the day, given federal law, you can't really stop this. Realistically, no offense, you guys can do this because you're allowed to under the FCC rules. So I'm cognizant of the fact that what you have brought us is a very considerate plan on how to implement this with the least amount of disruption. And that's really appreciative, versus those big towers were really sort of, this is where we're going to put it. Thank you.
Others?
I appreciate the fact that we are adding two competitors and allowing our residents to make the decision that's best for their family and their current situation. I respect, Jen, and your need for more clarification and time, and I wouldn't lie, I would take advantage of that as well if that's the path we go down. But I also would be in support of both of these moving forward. So I don't know if that helps or does not help, but those are my thoughts right now.
So practically, I guess this is a question for you, Brandon. If we approve both, or maybe for you, Nick, if we approve both tonight, we could have a situation where you have fiber run to your house in your backyard and your front yard? And then the consumer just has a
Yeah, but you
decision to make?
already have that. You've got Comcast running in this direction, CenturyLink running in that direction. You just don't know it.
Yeah, and it's, and not every, sorry, I shouldn't have put a blanket in there, rear yard, front yard, because Original Town doesn't have rear yard easements. So, and both providers want to provide to Original Town. So those would definitely be located in the right of way or the alleyways with the providers. I'm a resident of Rock Creek. You guys are residents of Rock Creek. We haven't surveyed Rock Creek residents to see what they prefer. I just know when we dig in front yards in Rock Creek, the sky is falling. Whereas that was the concern. Just the aesthetics of the front yards, the limited right of way. They're going to have to talk to property owners and get permission to access because they're going to be outside the right of way. You can't put in an 18 by 24 handhole and stay in a 2-foot piece of right of way. You're going to be in someone's yard, and it's just communicating that with them. And that's why we were recommending rear yard easements in Rock Creek from that perspective. But we haven't surveyed the community to see what happens. I think the license agreements don't specify front or rear yard. Those are specifying providers. They will have to get right-of-way permits for any work in town right-of-way. So we like board's input on preferred locations because you're community members too, but that decision isn't made with the license agreement itself. That's made with the plan reviews and the right-of-way permit reviews. I haven't spoken to the vice president that's here tonight with Intrepid. When I talked to the Intrepid folks on the phone, they said if the decision was if the town wouldn't allow them to go in the right of way and the rear yard easements, that they would look at the rear yard easements and put it in the rear yard easements. I maybe heard a little bit differently tonight, but that's what happened with our local conversations with the Intrepid providers specifically. Sorry, I don't know if I answered your question, Mark.
Yeah, no, I get it. I guess I appreciate the desire for more information, but at the same time, if there's not a compelling reason to kind of wait, I like the idea of getting our residents better service as quickly as possible because I know that they're not happy with what they currently have.
I figure since, right now we have water, sewer, gas coming from the front right away, right from the street. I'd much rather put this utility service there than the backyard. I'd much rather keep our options open for any additional housing that we might be able to put in the future if we need to. I just want to keep that option open. So I'd be much more in favor of something coming from the front. But that's just my take on that, looking at a different, option for, we get home rule passed, we control our own destiny. How are we going to manage the housing shortage going forward? So I kind of want to keep that open a little bit.
Jason, just a question though.
Yeah.
And you should know, you can't build in the easement as it is, right? The easement's there. It doesn't matter, what kind of housing we allow. You could never build in the easement.
Well, in Old Town, there's no easement. So you can build the ADUs right up to about 8 feet from the alley. That's what I want to kind of maintain that so people can still build the ADUs or build another unit. Rock Creek, no house is actually just like a postage stamp. They all have different, different angles. So utilizing as much of the backyard utility easement away for an existing easement or utility before you add something else in there, and just leave whatever usable land you can to add something if that comes to fruition. Just keeping an option open, I think. But like you guys said, it's more important to get this rolling forward. That's just my own caveat on trying to be as forward-thinking as possible.
If it helps at all, Brandon helped me get over whatever my stuff was because he reminded me that people are not going to be happy no matter what we choose. So I don't need any more time. I'm fine.
Brandon, can you help me understand? Because I know obviously the pedestals aren't the best, so I appreciate that it's being undergrounded and less utility boxes. What is the disruption? I kind of saw the measurement of what the pedestal was, but what's the disruption around the area when you're digging? Because I am cognizant that I honestly, I don't have a preference in front or back, but I can see our residents not being thrilled with both the front and the back getting dug up. So I'm wondering, like, what does that disruption actually look like?
Well, they can probably, I don't know if one of Metronet wants to speak or Intrepid, either one. I mean, yeah, they're going to have a handhole, and they're going to have like probably 6 inches outside that handhole, and it will be disturbing sod. And I know if they're in the right of way, Intrepid will have to directional drill underneath roads. And when you directional drill, it's not a large drill pit, but there will be some encroachment on private property for the drill rig that could impact sod or grass that would need to be restored. And they'd also need to get permission from the property. That's the challenge, because technically you can't get on someone's property and leave the right of way without permission. So it's talking to those residents and getting that permission, and how much of that happens versus just getting it in happens. And that's what we want to make sure of. Either one of you want to chime in on what it looks like when you put in a handhole?
When directionally drilling, you dig a bore pit and a receive pit, and they're about 400 feet apart. And it allows you to set the drill up, it goes in the ground, and then it pops out at that 400-foot distance away. And it's about a 2 foot wide, 4 feet long, and 3 feet deep pit that you've dug, and that's where your bore head comes up, and you might start the next bore from there and tie the conduits together. And then any of the areas where you place a handhole, it's going to be a hole just slightly larger than that handhole that you're placing in it. And you're going to set it in there on gravel and backfill around it, flush, and plant grass seed, and make it look just like it did before, other than there's a handhole there. I don't know if you got anything you'd like to add.
I mean, same construction techniques, same stuff. We're pretty forceful with our contractors that they restore quickly. Jill's got some pictures that we normally use for presentations that we didn't have an opportunity to do, but those pictures kind of indicate the process. We want to clean up right after the work's done and get it restored so that the grass grows again.
And so the above ground, what people are seeing, because I know you're going in one and then drilling underground and then popping up, what are people seeing at the surface? Are they going to see anything along that trench underneath, or are they just seeing up top?
No, nothing in between. When we're done, there's no disturbance of the surface except at where those boxes are, basically. And we're doing the same construction.
Yeah. And those pictures really show the beginning, the morning when we start the construction. If we always kind of joke, when you have the folks that work from home, that's where they're going to be, like, whoa, what's going on? But then you have the folks that come home at 5 o'clock. We restore as we go. So they're going to see the complete restoration, and they're going to be like, oh, wow, Metronet was here.
And how long does that total process take? Is it you're cleaning up and then you come back the next day to do more? Or how long does each property take to finish everything?
24 hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then the next day you're further down the block or into the next block, whatever. I mean, you're moving at a decent pace, not overly fast. It will take a while to get through a neighborhood, but we divide our work into, into service territories. We call them LCPs. Everybody's got a different name for them. And they're 400-ish houses, 6 weeks.
Okay, thank you.
So I'll just.
Yeah, so there's going to be at least an access point. They talked about flower pots earlier. We have flower pots too. Typically, they're going to be every other lot line so that when a customer orders service, we don't have to go find any more permits. We don't have to get on any more right away. We can go from that flower pot directly to the home of whoever ordered it on their private property. Only theirs, right? So that's why you do every other lot line so that you can get to every home without disturbing anybody else.
And we also have the construction website I mentioned earlier, where if there is any issue with the restoration, they can go on the Superior link on the construction website, open a ticket, and they 99% of all tickets open are responded to within the first 24 hours. And it is, you know, something that's that's a leadership initiative. So usually, you know, we have supervisors or crews in the neighborhood. They're going to get a knock on the door or a phone call or an email pretty much instantaneously, because we don't want any of our potential customers to be sitting on edge because of some damage.
For the image of like the cover, for if something happens to that or it's broken or missing, how does that look?
So again, we are in here in the community for the long haul. So we're going to have our field operations crew that will take over any repairs after the outside plant crew moves out. So we'll be able to replace and repair that immediately. Sometimes nature does happen, Mother Nature does happen, especially with the weather and stuff, so.
They would contact you directly?
Yep, they could
Okay.
contact our 800 number, or we have multiple chat options as well that they could submit.
Thanks.
Question for both Metronet and Intrepid. For customers who are interested in ordering service, can you kind of like walk through the experience that the customer would have in terms of how everything gets connected to the house? You know, do you do Ethernet ports installed in people's living rooms? And you know, if they want to have it run throughout the house, do you have options to kind of wire their house? Or are they just going to be on Wi-Fi? What are the options here?
Okay. I'm sure you're going to get a very similar answer from both of us. Well, I'm sure we both have whole house Wi-Fi. When the customer orders, we'll set up, you know, they can pick the date and time that they're looking for, and if that's available, we'll install it during that time frame. We'll run a drop from that flower pot to their house, and we'll enter the house, and we'll provide them with the equipment, the router and everything. And if it's a big enough home and they have nooks and crannies that they have trouble getting to, we'll get them set up with a whole house Wi-Fi that takes care of all that stuff. So sort of the same.
Yeah. Similar process, order service, they select their date. We try to do it within 5 days, but not everyone chooses that. Sometimes if they are only home on Saturdays, you know, that's the day they get. So we'll run a drop to the house, place a small box on the outside of the house where we terminate the drop. Then we run fiber from there inside their house to a central location where we place the ONT, and that's our optical to electrical converter box. And that plugs into the router, the Wi-Fi router for the house. And we check the signals around the house. If there's any dead spots, like he was mentioning, we'll install an extender. And it's a very good customer experience.
Okay.
You know, and one more thing that I know we do, they probably do too. You know, we help the folks that are unfamiliar with like streaming and things like that, how to utilize the internet and get, you know, cut the cord for cable television, which you have a younger demographic than a lot of communities, but you know, still some people need you know, a little help in understanding how to do that stuff. So I'm probably guessing you guys do the same.
All right. Any additional questions from the board? All right. So we've got two resolutions. Item 11 is Intrepid, item 12 is Metronet. Jen, you okay moving forward? All right.
Wait, Mark, before we vote on this, can someone just clarify for me how they're going to coordinate between front and back so a resident isn't getting one of each?
Well, they might.
They might, and that's just the way it is. Okay.
All right. Any additional questions for staff?
I'll be honest, Neil had to explain it, like, I was like, why do we have to pick, why are two of them happening at the same time? And I didn't understand that. So he explained it.
Okay.
So we're good.
Best I can.
Yeah.
All right. Who wants to make a motion?
I can start, make sure I got the right order here. Move to approve Town of Superior Resolution R-65, Series 2024, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a revocable license agreement with BIF4 Intrepid OpCo LLC for telecommunication services.
We've got a motion from Trustee Shaw.
Second.
Second from Trustee Craycraft. And let's do a roll call vote.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Servu?
Yes.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Cowish?
Yes.
All right. That one passes unanimously, and
I can do the next one.
The next one.
Move to approve Town of Superior Resolution Number R-67, Series 2024, a resolution of the Board of Trustees of the Town of Superior approving a revocable license agreement with Metro FiberNet LLC for telecommunication services.
Okay, we've got a motion from Trustee Shaw.
Second.
Got a second from Trustee Craycraft. I think it's actually number 66, not
Mine
67.
said 67, which I thought was weird.
66.
66.
Was there an update? Okay, sorry.
Very late.
Apparently I have the
All right.
wrong version.
Roll call vote, please.
Mayor Lasis?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Servu?
Yes.
Trustee Cowish?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee Foster?
Yes.
Trustee Shaw?
Yes.
Trustee Craycraft?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, passes unanimously. Congratulations to both Intrepid and to Metronet, and thank you for partnering with the Town of Superior. We look forward to streaming everything we possibly can to our heart's content in no time.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
All right. And unless there's anything further for the board, I will adjourn at 10:09.
All right. Thanks, Brad.
Good night.